out on it. My research team has given to him. He had studied himself, and then he has given. Whatever he has commented is right. So we'll place the facts again. We know that the election commission will just rub it, but still we want justice. We'll place it before the public. We'll fight out for it. We'll train our leaders in the future. But whatever the way the systematic election commission has done is wrong. Even in the assembly time, it has been noticed. But again, in the parliament, it has happened.
Getting you some updates coming in right now, viewers. These are pictures coming in as Kargil Vijay Diwas is being observed to commemorate India's historic victory in the Kargil war against Pakistan in 1999. These are pictures coming in from Dras, where we see that the 26th anniversary of this momentous occasion is being celebrated with a lot of fervor there on your screens, remembering the courage, sacrifice, and unwavering determination of our Indian armed forces who reclaimed India's territories from enemy forces in one of the most challenging high-altitude wars ever fought. All right, getting you these updates coming in right now. Beautiful celebrations there on Kargil Vijay Diwas, where we see the celebrations in taking many forms, viewers, where we see that it's marked by many ceremonies, patriotic events, and tributes to the martyred soldiers. Now, at the Kargil War Memorial in Dras, senior military officials, war veterans, citizens are all paying their respects through wreath-laying ceremonies and memorial events. Schools, colleges, and government institutions across the country to also observe the day with special assemblies, exhibitions, and awareness campaigns. And as India commemorates the 26th Kargil Vijay Diwas, Republic brings you an exclusive ground report from Dras, the very land where heroes have written history with their courage and sacrifice. From a major infrastructure push in the region to untold stories of bravery that never made the headlines, we bring you powerful voices and moving tributes to the real heroes of Kargil. Here's that special report.
Right now I'm reporting from Lamachan viewpoint, and from this very point one can see all those peaks where the Battle of Kargil was fought. This battle was fought between India and Pakistan, and the aim was to evict those intruders who were dominating these heights. I'll ask my VJ Firdos to focus and show you through the panoramic view how the peaks look like. These are the peaks where the Battle of Kargil was fought, be it the Tolo link or the other peaks, as the India has adopted a multi-pronged strategy approach to overcome the challenges of 1999 of Kargil War. Small, highly trained units conducted frontal and flanking attacks to dislodge the enemy from their fronted positions. Units like the Gorkha Rifles, Rajputana Rifle, Ladakh Scouts definitely played a pivotal roles. Bofors FH-77B howitzers were instrumental, delivering precise barrages to soften enemy's defense. Somewhere around 250,000 shells were fired during the campaign, one of the heaviest artillery battle that was witnessed here in this Kargil. When we talk about the peaks that were dominated by the Pakistani intruders, Pakistani army or the Pakistani terrorists, there we saw heroes like Captain Vikram Batra, who declared "Ye dil mange more" while capturing .4875. Similarly, Lieutenant Manoj Kumar Pandya, who led the charge at Jubar Top. That is the one, the Jubar Top, which my cameraman Firdos is focusing on, and the grenadier Yogendra Singh Yadav, who scaled these cliffs under enemy fire and became symbol of sacrifice.
And viewers, so coming right up, Republic launches mega campaigns to boycott India-Pakistan Asia Cup clash. Nation says terror and cricket cannot go hand in hand. And Centre cracks down OTT soft porn in a major cleanup. Government bans 25 OTT websites. Stay tuned. We are live and breaking.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
भारत के इतने लेजेंडरी एक्टर फिर से एक तरह से रिस्क क्यों ले रहे हैं? ओशो की एक बड़ी अच्छी लाइन है जी, इफ यू ट्राई यू रिस्क फेलियर, इफ यू डोंट यू एंश्योर इट। मैं हमेशा मानता हूँ वो जीवन ही क्या जो संघर्षमय ना, संघर्षमय होने से ही तो अपने जिंदा होने का एहसास होता है।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Republic launches mega campaign to boycott India-Pakistan Asia Cup clash. Nation says terror and cricket cannot go hand in hand. Centre cracks down on OTT soft porn in a major cleanup. Government bans 25 OTT websites. Big move by Election Commission of India. Poll watchdog announces pan-India special intensive revision exercise for electoral rolls. Sanjay Kapoor's mother questions circumstances of son's death, alleges coercion, seeks meeting deferment. Speaker Om Birla meets all party leaders, urges for smooth functioning of the Parliament. And Prime Minister Modi receives a grand welcome in the Maldives, key bilaterals scheduled with President Modi-Muizu. Eight children killed, 60 feared trapped after the roof of primary school in Jhalawar, Rajasthan collapses. Rescue operations underway. All right, let's go across to some breaking news coming in. Amid the border conflict between Thailand and Cambodia, the Indian embassy has now issued a statement. And it says that in view of the situation near the Thailand-Cambodia border, all Indian travellers to Thailand are advised to check updates from Thai official sources, including the TAT newsroom. As per Tourism Authority of Thailand, places mentioned are not recommended for travelling. That is the latest news break that we're tracking, viewers. Remember, this notice comes in the wake of heavy artillery firing that has been exchanged between the two countries over the last 1 week. And many civilians have been killed across both sides. And this dispute, this long-standing dispute between the two nations is over ancient Hindu shrines on the Thailand-Cambodia border. And both sides have exchanged gunfire, and Thailand's acting Prime Minister, in fact, has even gone on to warn Cambodia and said that this could essentially develop into a full-fledged war. Let's go across to my colleague Krutarth, who joins me live from the Republic newsroom. Krutarth, tell us the details of what is the latest that you're picking up as far as this conflict is concerned, because it really shows no signs of dying down.
And there has been massive escalations, specifically in the last 24 hours, where Thai and Cambodian soldiers have clashed along the border. There has also been a landmine explosion in which 4 of the soldiers of Thailand have lost their lives. In fact, Thailand has withdrawn the ambassador to Cambodia and subsequently has expelled the Cambodian ambassador. That was the main straw that has now resulted in a massive concern in the international community that there can be a potential warlike situation, as the ambassadors of both the nations now have returned back to their respective nations. The UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres is also monitoring the situation and has called for calmer heads to prevail in this situation. However, in this critical juncture, the Ministry of External Affairs has put out an official notice warning Indian citizens from travelling to these two nations as tensions continue to remain extremely high there.
All right, Kruta, thank you for giving us those very crucial details. Those are the visuals on your screen, viewers, as we track this live and breaking international story very, very closely for you. And for the moment, let's move on to more breaking news coming in. This one from the... All right, let's go back to my colleague Krutat as we bring you those visuals. You can see there's panic across Thailand as citizens are escaping. They seek shelter as the exchange of gunfire between Thailand and Cambodia escalates. The Indian embassy has now issued a notice to all its citizens in the countries, urging them to maintain caution and following the directives of the local authorities. Let's go back to my colleague Krutat. Krutat, has any statement been issued from Cambodia so far? Because the Thai acting Prime Minister has essentially gone on to completely blame Cambodia for what's unfolding at the border and saying that if they do not stop firing missiles at Thailand, this could escalate into a full-fledged war.
Indeed, and earlier this morning we had a word from Cambodia's chief official in the Odar Menchi province, General Kof Lee, who has said that the clashes at early morning resumed today near the ancient Tam Yun Thom temple. And this is what reports are also telling us, that there was sound of artillery also coming in from early morning today. So there has been a significant escalation in terms of vertical matrix, and now artillery also being heard fired across the border. Officials also say that 4 civilians were wounded in the Thursday's firefighting. Along with that, more than 4,000 people have been displaced from the border villages to evacuation centers, specifically on the Cambodian sides, where the first account of casualties is also being reported. So obviously civilian casualty also being mountain, specifically those are artillery shells also being fired in the provinces there along the border. There has been a continuous escalation across the border with various skirmishes. In fact, we also saw that Thai Prime Minister Shinawatra was also removed from her office subsequently after a conversation of her that went viral. It was a conversation with one of the senior leaders of Cambodia. Subsequently, for national security reasons, the Supreme Court of Thailand had ruled out that she had violated and breached ethics. So we know that Thai authorities are treating this as extremely serious. The Prime Minister has changed, as you rightly mentioned. The acting Prime Minister has given a statement that this could in fact boil into a big situation, because the acting Prime Minister yesterday in fact had expelled the Cambodian ambassador and withdrawn the ambassador of Thailand in Cambodia back to the nation, which shows that there is a complete breakdown of diplomatic communication between Thailand and Cambodia. It is a very rare instance where in Southeast Asia we see two nations getting into almost a full-blown conflict, but with diplomatic channels being broken down. The UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has also given out a statement in which he has also said the following, that I request Cambodia and Thailand to exercise maximum restraint and address any issues through dialogue. Now, this was said through the UN Deputy Spokesman Farhan Haq, who represents Antonio Guterres. So these are some very big statements coming in as the diplomatic channels between the two nations have been broken down. The UN is attempting to intervene in order to bring in some sense into the dialogue matrix that can be triggered so that calmer heads can prevail, and the artillery firing and the clashes that have been resuming on the borders since this morning earlier also can be calmed down. But those are some dramatic visuals there, unlikely visuals coming in from Thailand and Cambodia as the border clash continues to escalate. The MEA has now put out a travel advisory.
Yeah. All right, Kruta, thank you for giving us your perspective in the matter. Let's go across to more breaking news coming in now, viewers. This one from the national capital. Udaipur Files, the very, very controversial film which has been in the news so far, is set to be released on August 8th. And this is a source-based news that we're bringing you. And this development comes after the Supreme Court refused to extend the stay on the film in today's hearing and directed the petitioner to move the Delhi High Court, essentially challenging the order. That is the big legal update that we are getting you. Remember, viewers, Udaipur Files the film that is based on the 2022 gruesome murder of Udaipur tailor Kanhaiya Lal has been making the headlines after opposition leaders and specifically the Jamiat group filed multiple petitions in the Supreme Court challenging the release of the film. They have argued that the film goes against the sentiments of minorities, and they have also gone on to specifically say that it portrays minorities in a demonic form, whereas the defense counsel has essentially argued for the release of the film, saying that the truth should be out. Now, the Supreme Court had previously allowed the government to go ahead with the examination. They had said that a central committee will examine the film and recommend changes, after which the central committee had recommended 6 cuts on 6 changes to be made to the film before its release. And now we're learning that the top court today, in a very crucial hearing, has directed the petitioners to approach the Delhi High Court. Let's go on to more breaking news coming in. The president's rule in Manipur is set to be extended for a further period of 6 months, effective from 13th of August this year. The statutory resolution given by Union Home Minister Amit Shah in this regard was admitted in the Rajya Sabha. The statutory resolution states that this House approves the continuation of the proclamation issued by the President on 13th of February in respect of Manipur under Article 356 of the Constitution for a period of 6 months with effect from 13th of August. And that is the big breaking news that we are getting in at the moment, that President's rule has been extended for a further period of 6 months in the state of Manipur. And this comes after Chief Minister Biren Singh's resignation earlier in February. Viewers had led to a lot of political upheaval, after which President's rule was imposed. And on that note, let's go across to our colleague Johnson, who joins me live from Manipur. Johnson, tell us more about this development and what sort of action can we expect from the MLAs in Manipur? Do we expect them to approach the central government with a proposal to fast-track the process of the formation of a new government in the state?
Yes, Ayona, this is a very major breaking in Manipur. Soon after the return of former Chief Minister with his meeting with Amit Shah in Delhi, he gave his resignation letter for his Chief Ministership on the 9th of February, while in his meeting with the governor, just few days after his resignation from Chief Ministership, the Manipur is imposed president rule under suspended animation from the 13th of February itself. So during the first imposition of president rule, the people of Manipur and all the public has been expecting a very huge development, expecting expecting a very speedy. The people of Manipur has been expecting to bring peace and normalcy in the state in a very in a speedy way. But as a development, the security forces have have done very huge major operations, recovering major arms and apprehension of officers from different cadres from both hills and the valley area. This is only the major development that could be witnessed during this president rule. This is not exactly as expected by the people of Manipur. The people of Manipur is expecting, even though there is president rule, and the rate of violence have been decreased. The people of Manipur is not getting their fulfill about the returning of the IDPs, about returning of peace and normalcy. So during this mid hour, the people of Manipur is hoping for a popular government, for formation of a new popular government. Within this also, the many local MLAs and many leadership of the ruling party, many legislators also have given a clear statement that a new popular government will be formed soon. This statement is given repeatedly by many of the local legislative leaders. But during the own contradictory to this statement given by many legislative leaders, yesterday there has been a notification that Manipur will be kept. The president rule that has been imposed from in Manipur from 13th of February is to be extended for a further of 6 months. This is beyond the expectation of the people, and also during in the past month, one legislature team of the current ruling BJP have also shown the willingness and readiness of formation of a new government. This imposition of extension or this new PR is beyond the expectation of the whole public, of the whole people of Manipur. So I hope the people of Manipur will be urging, will be giving a pressure to their local MLAs, to their legislators to form a government. So we have to wait what the reaction, what the people and what the CS of Manipur give the reaction regarding this extension of PR.
All right, Johnson, thank you so much for giving us those details as we track that story very, very closely. Now, viewers, let's move on to some visuals that's coming into our newsrooms at this moment. Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav has tweeted on the hydrogen train video. It's the first one-powered coach driving car tested at ICF in Chennai. Now, India is developing at least 1,200 HP hydrogen trains, which will place India among the leaders in hydrogen-powered train technology, the visuals of which are on your screen. This has been tweeted by Union Railways Minister Ashwini Vaishnav in a big boost to India's train technology.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The Yamuna in Delhi is rising steadily, reaching 204.13 meters, just below the warning mark, as Haryana released over 54,000 cusecs of water from the Hathni Kund barrage. With flood risk looming, the Delhi government is seeking control of the ITO barrage. Authorities are on high alert and have deployed teams across low-lying areas. In a daring daylight robbery in Ghaziabad's Bridge Vihar, two men disguised as delivery boys stormed into a jewellery shop and looted gold and silver worth nearly 30 lakh rupees, all in just 6 minutes. CCTV footage showed the duo entering the jeweller's shop, threatening the staff at gunpoint and making off with 125 grams of gold and 20 kgs of silver. Jammu and Kashmir police have filed an FIR after a 16-year-old girl died following surgery at the Doda Government Medical College. She went into shock during recovery and was referred to another hospital called SKIMS, where she was declared dead. An investigation and post-mortem are underway to determine the cause of the death. And in some breaking news from down south, gold smuggling bid has been foiled at the Bengaluru airport, where 3.5 kgs of gold has been seized from a trolley. In a dramatic twist at Bengaluru's Kempegowda International Airport, at least 3 kgs of gold was seized and it was mysteriously appeared in a passenger's trolley. Now, sources have indicated that a smuggler who had arrived from Dubai allegedly placed a bag containing the gold biscuits into a co-passenger's luggage trolley to avoid customs scrutiny. The unsuspecting passenger noticed the unfamiliar bag when it fell off the trolley near the checking area. And when he was shocked, he immediately alerted the airport security. Customs officials recovered the gold worth several crores rupees and have launched an investigation into the matter. The CCTV footage of the case is being examined by the authorities to trace the smuggler, who is suspected to have escaped after planting the bag. The gold has been seized and further inquiry is underway. Let's go across to my colleague Smita. She joins me live from the Bengaluru newsroom. Smita, tell us more about this case. Has the smuggler been tracked? And what is it that the authorities are really looking into as far as the investigation is concerned at this point?
The custom officers in the Kempegowda International Airport today have seized gold worth rupees 7 lakhs. That is nearly 3.5 kg of gold, which a passenger who was traveling from Dubai to Bangalore has handed over to the custom officer, and he said that that bag doesn't belong to him, but it was placed by someone in the trolley which had his luggage. Actually, the trolley of that passenger was stuck somewhere, and this bag, which didn't belong to him, fell down, and when he checked it, he was shocked to see 3.5 kgs of gold biscuits, which the viewer can see in the visuals and the photos which we are displaying now. Then he immediately informed the custom officers there, and they, after examining this, have seized this, and they are now the custom officers and the security in charges in the Kempegowda International Airport are trying to trace out the man who might have placed this bag carrying a huge amount of gold in a fellow passenger's trolley. Now CCTV footages of the airport, the lobby area, the lounge area have been tracked down, but as of now, till now, there is no trace of who could have been placed there. But the custom officers and the police down there are saying that it might be a passenger who might have traveled in the same flight as the one who handed over the gold back to the custom officers. He may be a fellow passenger. So now they are trying to even investigate the records of the persons who traveled in that flight from Dubai to Bangalore. CCTV footages are also being tracked, but yet no trace about how the bag came to the passenger's trolley and who placed it. Was it actually smuggled from Dubai? Now the information regarding this have yet to be investigated by the custom officers.
All right, Smita, thank you for that. For those inputs on this breaking story. Viewers, let's move on to more breaking news coming in from Odisha, where the vigilance raids in Jaipur Deputy Ranger has led to the recovery of at least 1.44 crore rupees cash, gold biscuits and coins. Now, in a major crackdown on alleged corruption, the Odisha Vigilance have unearthed a massive cache of unaccounted wealth during raids on the properties of Ramachandra Nepak, who is the Deputy Ranger come in charge Ranger of the Jaipur Forest Rangers in the Koraput district. The visuals are on your screen. You can see the piles of cash that have been recovered by the Odisha Vigilance team. And during their searches, we're also learning that 4 gold biscuits and 16 gold coins were recovered and seized from Nepak's properties. These raids, we're learning, viewers, were launched based on allegations of possession of disproportionate assets to a known source of income. Now, as India commemorates the 26th Kargil Vijay Diwas, Republic brings you an exclusive ground report from Dras, the very land where heroes wrote history with their courage and sacrifice. From a major infrastructure push in the region to untold stories of bravery that never made the headlines, we bring you powerful voices and moving tributes to the real heroes of Kargil.
Right now I'm reporting from Lamachan viewpoint, and from this very point one can see all those peaks where the Battle of Kargil was fought. This battle was fought between India and Pakistan, and the aim was to evict those intruders who were dominating these heights. I'll ask my VJ Firdos to focus and show you through the panoramic view how the peaks look like. These are the peaks where the Battle of Kargil was fought, be it the Tolo Link or the other peaks, as the India has adopted a multi-pronged strategy approach to overcome the challenges of 1999 of Kargil War. Small, highly trained units conducted frontal and flanking attacks to dislodge the enemy from their fronted positions. Units like the Gorkha Rifles, Rajputana Rifle, Ladakh Scouts definitely played a pivotal roles. Bofors FH-77B howitzers were instrumental, delivering precise barrages to soften enemy's defense. Somewhere around 250,000 shells were fired during the campaign, one of the heaviest artillery battle that was witnessed here in this Kargil. When we talk about the peaks that were dominated by the Pakistani intruders, Pakistani army or the Pakistani terrorists, there we saw heroes like Captain Vikram Batra, who declared "Ye dil mange more" while capturing .4875. Similarly, Lieutenant Manoj Kumar Pandya, who led the charge at Jubar Top. That is the one, the Jubar Top, which my cameraman Firdos is focusing on, and a grenadier Yogendra Singh Yadav, who scaled these cliffs under enemy fire and became symbol of sacrifice.
And now on to news that has been dominating the debates this Parliament session. Several MPs of the Indie bloc parties protested in Parliament House complex against the Election Commission's voter roll revision in Bihar and demanded its rollback, as well as a discussion on the issue in both the houses. Ahead of the start of the day's proceedings, top leaders and MPs of the opposition, including those of the Congress, DMK, TMC, Samajwadi Party, JMM, RJD and left parties assembled outside the Makardwar of Parliament for a fifth consecutive day to protest against the ECI's exercise in Bihar. My colleague Harsha brings you this report. All right, before we go across to that report, let's bring you those visuals that you see on your screens. These are members of the opposition parties. They're protesting for a fifth consecutive day outside the Makardwar in Parliament. Parallelly, we have also been bringing you visuals of protests at the Bihar Assembly. And the opposition leaders have united in one voice, protesting against the ECI's move to conduct a special intensive revision exercise in Bihar, essentially claiming that this drill goes against democratic norms and against the rules of democratic elections. And we slip into a very short break, but on the other side, Republic has launched a mega campaign to boycott the India-Pakistan Asia Cup clash. The nation says terror and cricket can never go hand in hand. And also we'll get you the details of the centre's mega crackdown on OTT soft porn. In a major cleanup, the government has banned at least 25 OTT websites. Stay tuned to Republic TV as we get you more on that.
इतनी रिस्क लेने की क्या जरूरत है? Why don't you play safe, Anupam Kher?
I would have not reached there if I had played safe. I would have not survived in this profession if I had played safe. I did not play safe in my first film. That's the way my life is. What is the idea of walking on a path which is not full of ditches, speed breakers, problems? Because when I reach the destination, I should look back and say, wow, क्या मुश्किलों से गुजर के मैं यहाँ तक पहुँचा हूँ, इसलिए मैंने सर्वाइव किया ये 40 साल। आजकल बहुत सारे यंग लोग बोलते हैं that is the way I am. मैं तो शायद 95 साल की उम्र में भी नहीं बोल पाऊंगा कि that is the way I am. Because the moment that is the way I am, that means your growth is not there.
मैं तनु क्या सी कि अब हमें सेकंड इनकम बिल्ड कर लेनी चाहिए और तुमने वापस म्यूचुअल फंड में पैसे डाल दिए।
ये फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स है।
मतलब
फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स मतलब चुने हुए इंटरेस्ट बेयरिंग कंपनी बॉन्ड्स, गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स और मनी मार्केट विच इन्वेस्टमेंट मतलब रेगुलर इनकम विच वी कैन विड्रॉ फ्रॉम टाइम टू टाइम।
मतलब म्यूचुअल फंड में फिक्स्ड इनकम वाली बात सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
भारत के इतने लेजेंडरी एक्टर फिर से एक तरह से रिस्क क्यों ले रहे हैं?
ओशो की एक बड़ी अच्छी लाइन है जी, इफ यू ट्राई यू रिस्क फेलियर, इफ यू डोंट यू एंश्योर इट। मैं हमेशा मानता हूँ वो जीवन ही क्या जो संघर्षमय ना, संघर्षमय होने से ही तो अपने जिंदा होने का एहसास होता है।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आपका जो अभी जो ओहदा है, इट इज अ सेल्फ फॉट पोजीशन, अनुपम जी. What I like about you, the reason I admire you is because you're a one-man industry. A lot of industry people don't like you. A lot of groups don't like you. They cannot come and say that he doesn't deserve what he is getting.
मेरा और मेरे फादर का एक बड़ा अच्छा किस्सा था. आज स्लो डाउन एंड आई वाज डूइंग लेस फिल्म्स. तो उन्होंने मुझसे ऐसे ही खिड़की से बाहर देखते देखते बोला, अनुपम यू आर नॉट डूइंग मेनी फिल्म बेटा, ऐसा क्यों है? तो मैंने उनसे कहा कि नो डैड आई एम नॉट इन द रैट रेस. तो उन्होंने बिना मेरी तरफ मुड़े बोला, ओ यू हैव लेफ्ट द रेस फॉर द रैट्स. तो आई थिंक बड़ा मुश्किल है सबको खुश करना. देखिए दुख तो होता है, तकलीफ तो होती है कि यार मैं कहता हूँ मैंने किसी का कुछ, पर फिर मैंने इस बारे में सोचना ही बंद कर दिया, क्योंकि काम जो है ना बेस्ट लेवलाइजर है. काम से इतनी सेटिस्फैक्शन मिलती है, इसलिए रिटायर होने का सोच ही नहीं सकता.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
जो कहा जा रहा है कि इसको लेकर क्या कहें, क्या मैच भारत पाकिस्तान इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए? ऐसा इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए मैच.
Republic launches mega campaign to boycott India-Pakistan Asia Cup clash. Nation says terror and cricket cannot go hand in hand. BCCI silent. Centre cracks down on OTT soft porn in a major cleanup. Government bans 25 OTT websites. Big move by Election Commission of India. Poll watchdog announces pan-India special intensive revision exercise for electoral rolls. Sanjay Kapoor's mother questions circumstances of son's death, alleges coercion, seeks meeting deferment. Speaker Om Birla meets party leaders, urges for smooth functioning of the parliament. PM Modi receives grand welcome in Maldives, key bilateral scheduled with President Muizu. 8 children killed, 60 feared trapped after the roof of primary school in Chalwar, Rajasthan collapses. Rescue operations underway. A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 3 p.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. First up, the government has banned several popular streaming applications, including Ulu, Alt, Desi Flix, Big Shots, and others, citing concerns over streaming of obscene and sexually explicit material. This is a major digital cleanup launched by the central government, and now websites and other OTT platforms, 25 of them have been banned and blocked by the central government. We also have some reactions coming in as far as this particular ban is concerned. Let's listen in.
देखिए, सरकार का निर्णय संस्कृति को लेके, भारत को लेके ज़रूरी था। जहां पे ऐसे OTT जो लाइसेंस्ड हैं, अनलाइसेंस्ड हैं, वो सॉफ्ट पॉर्न बना रहे हैं या गलत फिल्में बना रहे हैं या गलत फिल्मों को प्रदर्शित कर रहे हैं, उस पर ये सरकार ने निर्णय लिया है। और ये पूरे देश की जनता का एक संदेशा था हमेशा सरकार को कि सरकार, और वो ट्वीट पे, एक्स के माध्यम से बता रहे थे, तो निर्णय स्वागत योग्य है। और ये सोच समझ के आप एंटरटेनमेंट पेश करें, लेकिन एंटरटेनमेंट की एक परिभाषा, एक उसकी एक लक्ष्मण रेखा होती है, और उस पर ही निर्णय है। और इससे चीज़ें संतुलित होंगी। लोग एंटरटेनमेंट में अपनी मर्यादाओं को, परिवार को, भारत की संस्कृति को, भारत के विचारधाराओं को याद रख के बनाएंगे।
कि जो खासकर जिस तरह से जो ऐप जो इलीगल हैं, उनके प्रति, उनके अगेंस्ट जो ये स्टेप लिया गया है, इट इज़ अप्रिशिएटेड।
तो आपके सवाल नहीं, तो आपका इधर गणेश कंटेंट देखने नहीं है जो भैया को प्रणाम के साथ बैठकर आप नहीं देख सकते हैं, जो शर्मनाक है, जिसकी अश्लील भाषा है, प्रेजेंटेशन में गंदगी है, ऐसी भाषा को या शब्दों का चयन जिनका सराहनीय नहीं है, इनको अगर बैन किया गया तो मैं समझता हूँ ये बहुत प्रशंसनीय है। इसकी सराहना करते हैं। अगर आपको याद हो तो सबसे पहले जो पिछली बार मैं IT और इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी कमेटी में था, तो सबसे पहले इसको बैन करने के लिए, रोकने के लिए, प्रतिबंध लगाने के लिए मैंने ही आवाज़ उठाई और मैंने काफ़ी ज़ोर शोर से आवाज़ उठाई। आज मुझे खुशी है ये जो है हम उसको नतीजे पर पहुंचते हुए देख रहे हैं। अच्छा है, ये बहुत बढ़िया हुआ है। ये क्या मतलब है, आप अपने माँ बहन के साथ बैठे हुए हैं, आप वहाँ परिवार के साथ बैठे हुए हैं और ऐसी वल्गर कंटेंट से, वल्गर अश्लील भाषा का प्रयोग उसमें करते रहे, ये फ्रीडम ऑफ एक्सप्रेशन के नाम पे सरासर बहुत अच्छा हुआ।
Viewers, let's now get you up to speed with the top stories from across the nation in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
President's rule in Manipur has been extended by another 6 months following a resolution introduced by Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Today, the extension will come into effect from August 13. President's rule was imposed in Manipur on February 13, shortly after former Chief Minister N. Biren Singh stepped down. In a significant advancement for India's defense capabilities, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh has announced the successful flight trials of the UAV-launched precision-guided missile V3 conducted by DRDO in Kurnool of Andhra Pradesh. Rajnath Singh congratulated DRDO industry partners, MSMEs and startups for their role in the development and successful test firing of the missile. Mumbai is grappling with severe flooding as heavy rains continue to lash the city. Streets near Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj terminus are completely submerged. Underpasses have been closed, causing traffic disruptions, and daily life has been disrupted. Moving on, viewers, as the countdown to the Asia Cup begins, Republic takes a very clear and an uncompromising stand. We are saying it loud and clear, no cricket with Pakistan, and this is not just a match. This is about national honor. about the blood of our martyrs and about the message that we are sending to the world. While Pakistan continues to harbor terrorists, why should India offer them the honor of a cricket field? Republic now leads a nationwide campaign, Say No to India versus Pakistan, because terror and cricket cannot go hand in hand. The question is very simple. Will we stand for our nation or will we play ball with Terroristan? That's the big question that we're asking. The BCCI is also very, very silent, and it has decided to keep mum on the future of the Asia Cup, as now leaked reports have suggested that India and Pakistan will be part of the same group in the tournament, which is set to take place in the second week of September. And rumors are also rife that the BCCI has agreed to organize the tournament in the UAE despite being the hosts. And this will allow the Indian team to avoid traveling to a neutral venue for the matches against the Pakistan cricket team. But the nation is now completely outraged with this decision of holding the India-Pakistan match. And in fact, Republic also confronted Rajiv Shukla, and he had nothing to say about this. Listen in.
जो कहा जा रहा है कि इसको लेकर क्या कहें, क्या मैच भारत पाकिस्तान के इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए? ऐसा इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए मैच? जो कहा जा रहा है कि इसको लेकर क्या कहें, क्या मैच भारत पाकिस्तान के इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए? ऐसा इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए मैच? जो कहा जा रहा है कि इसको लेकर क्या कहें, क्या मैच भारत पाकिस्तान के इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए? ऐसा इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए मैच? जो कहा जा रहा है कि इसको लेकर क्या कहें, क्या मैच भारत पाकिस्तान के इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए? ऐसा इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए मैच?
Viewers, call in on the numbers flashing on the bottom of your screens to express your opinion on whether India and Pakistan match should go on, especially at a time when India recently concluded a very, very successful Operation Sindur by bombarding major air bases, and also about the recent Pahalgam terror attack. In the backdrop of all of this, do you think that the India-Pakistan Asia Cup match must really go on? Or do you think that the BCCI should take a nation-first approach, because that's what the chorus is for? But unfortunately, the BCCI has been very, very silent. Rajiv Shukla there, confronted by Republic, he had no answers to our questions. He was completely silent, running away to his car, evading our direct questions on this particular development, on rumors that India and Pakistan are indeed going to play a match in the UAE in the upcoming Asia Cup 2025, which is all set to happen in the second week of September. But this is a moment where India, BCCI, the players must decide whether or not they would want to share the 22 yards with the players from a country that sponsors terror, that breeds terror, that harbors terrorists, that also funds terrorists. We also have Manish joining us live on the phone line with us. Manish, what do you think? Do you think that India and Pakistan match should really go on, or BCCI? Do you think the BCCI should take a nation-first approach?
The BCCI must take the nation-first approach. I have already tweeted it to you, Republic, by tagging the PMO, Narendra Modi ji, Amit Shah ji and other people on my tweet yesterday evening. There should not be any cricket match relations with Pakistan until and unless the Masood Azhar and other terrorists and perpetrators of Pahalgam are handed over to India.
That's right, Manish. This is a very crucial time, because in just the last couple of months, we've seen a lot of developments happening as far as the Pahalgam terror attack is concerned. And then we have a retaliation from India. And furthermore, what we really understand is that TRF has also been designated as a global terror organization. And still, what we see is BCCI continues to maintain a haunting silence on the India-Pakistan clash. We also have Mohan joining us live from Mumbai. Mohan, what is your opinion on the rumors that India will play Pakistan in UAE?
I am totally against playing with Pakistan in any match, in any venue. Pakistan should be totally banned from our list of games. Thank you.
That's right. We have cut ties with Pakistan on the diplomatic front. We have stopped water for Pakistan. And why share the cricket field now? How is this different from the other severing of ties on various fronts. So this is a question that BCCI must really answer, and it is a stand that the nation is saying BCCI must take. It is the nation first stand, and they shouldn't allow the India-Pakistan match to go on. In fact, we also have N. Mohan joining us from Chennai. Mohan, BCCI is silent, but reports are suggesting that India-Pakistan match will really go on. Do you think this is fair on the terror victims?
It is absolutely unfair. We must respect our Indian citizens, and we must respect our principles adopted by Prime Minister Modi. No relation with Pakistan, nothing of the sort in any sports, not only sports, but in any kind of activity with Pakistan. In fact, even the meeting which they are proposing to have with the ACC meeting and BCCI meeting with Pak should never be allowed. We should never even venture to meet them anywhere, in any place, in any part of the world. We respect our army, we respect our citizens, and we respect our integrity. That is more important than any game of cricket or any relation with Pakistan, which is internationally recognized or attributed terrorist nation. We should totally boycott. I'm totally with Republic's advertisement of what you are playing. No cricket with Pakistan. Not only cricket, no sports, no meeting, nothing.
That's right. That's right, Mohan. In fact, we also have Lakshman joining us from Gandhinagar. Lakshman, 7/11, 26/11, now Pahalgam terror attack and constant bid to disrupt peace in the valley. All of this being sponsored by Pakistan, but BCCI is silent. Why is it so tough for the BCCI to come out and say that we will not play the India-Pakistan match?
Good afternoon to you and to all the listeners. My point is very simple. India is not up for sale. So for heaven's sake, for the sake of a few dollars, do not sell India's integrity. Modi ji, please be firm like you've always been. Tell Pakistan, go to hell. The world says no Olympics to you because you're saying no to Pakistan. To hell with Olympics. You should have that guts in India to withstand, like Israel is standing up for its right. Why not India? Stand up for your right, Modi ji. Stand up for your right.
That's right, Lakshman, and this is something that the BCCI must watch and hear, because BCCI is completely silent despite being questioned time and again, and they don't have any answers, despite a nation completely outraged over these reports and rumors doing the rounds that India will take on Pakistan in the Asia Cup, especially at a time like this, especially at a time when India is spreading the message against terrorism to major global capitals, and also these global capitals have also expressed solidarity with India. But BCCI, on the other hand, is completely mum. A deafening silence from Mumbai is haunting 1.4 billion Indians, because today the nation wants to know whether or not the BCCI will take the nation-first approach. That's the big question. Will BCCI succumb to the pressure of these platforms, streaming platforms? With that, viewers, let's now cut across to those visuals coming in of the Prime Minister from Maldives. This is the Prime Minister's visit to Maldives. There you can see a ceremonial honor for the Prime Minister. President Muizu there accompanying PM Modi there. Let's also listen in and also cut across to those colorful pictures and audio coming in live from Maldives. In fact, we have our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor joining us on the phone line. Abhishek, how significant is this visit, especially after an entire saga of the diplomatic row between the two nations?
Well, of course, this is a very significant visit. The fact that Deepak, Prime Minister, is being given, he's been made the guest of honor at the Maldives National Day celebrations, which are going to take place tomorrow. What we are seeing in the pictures now are pictures of the official welcome ceremony. This is happening at the Republic Square in Male, and before that we saw Prime Minister's arrival at the airport, where he was given a very grand welcome by President himself, along with his top cabinet members, including Ministers of Home, Finance, Foreign Affairs and Defense. And now, after this welcome, we would see restricted talks between the two leaders, which are going to go on for about 40-45 minutes, and then, of course, delegation-level talks, the exchange of MOUs, press statements. We expect the press statements to happen at around 6 p.m. India time. And then, of course, an official state banquet hosted by President Muizu. Your question about how significant this visit is, I mean, it's a turnaround, and absolutely magical turnaround in terms of Maldives' position on India under President Muizu, because he came to power on out India plank, and in fact, after coming to power for a couple of months, things had gone really downhill. They were frosty, to say the least, and they were not looking good. And then, with some deft diplomacy and patience, India has succeeded to turn around the position of President Muizu, his cabinet, his government, and the people of Maldives. It was a mix of carrot and stick policy. So while we continue to play the good Samaritan and the good neighbor by being first responders in times of crisis, in terms of their, evacuations, medical evacuations, our HADR, which is humanitarian assistance and disaster response, everything was there, despite all the hostility that we saw initially in the Muizu administration. And then, of course, financially backing Maldives by way of debt rollover, by way of providing lines of credit. More could be provided now, currency swap, etc., loans, grants. So I think the Maldivians realized, and President Muizu personally realized, that maybe his understanding of India was wrong, or it's likely that he understood from the very first day itself. But then he essentially was angling to come to power, and he used his anti-India plan to position himself, because the earlier government was seen as very close to India. Ultimately, things have fallen in place, and for those people who thought that India had lost its way in Maldives, I think this is a reality check. These pictures are a reality check, and we are going to see it panning out all through the day, and tomorrow also, when Prime Minister participates in the National Day festivities of Maldives. Deepak.
That's right, Abhishek. And also, Abhishek, help us understand this engagement, because both the countries are seeking to mend ties and reaffirm their partnership. But for Maldives, it continues its complex balancing act between India and China. How do you look at this, Abhishek?
Well, so you see, initially Maldives, or specifically President Muizu, did try to play the China card, but it seems it did not work. He did go to China on a state visit, and subsequently he saw the proof of the pudding is in its eating, and he saw that China is far, India is the first responder. As I was mentioning, Deepak, the entire medical evacuation operation in Maldives, and remember, it's an archipelago of 3,000 littorals. And so, those are small islands with, population of 10 somewhere, 100 other places. And then they need to be moved around in those ferries, and it's a massive operation by itself. But of course, obviously, the Maldivians do not have the kind of infrastructure needed. So in that sense, once in power, Muizu realized that ultimately it's India in the neighborhood that's a better bet and a better call than China, which is far, Beijing, which is far. And of course, then it comes with strings attached. China never gives anything for free. There is nothing called free lunch. So that's the reason why we have seen this turnaround, where, and of course, it took a lot of patience on our part, and the Modi government really, sat through it with, as I mentioned, cat and stick policy. Remember that famous picture, one picture of Prime Minister Modi at Lakshadweep, and the way it turned around the entire Maldivian economy, based as it is on tourism and mainly tourism from India. And so it was not very difficult to bring Maldives to its knees, so to say. And then, of course, as I said, the Good Samaritan conduct with all the lines of credits and, loans and grants, etc. I think hopefully now everyone understands in Maldives that it's better to be on the side of India and not mess around.
Right, Abhishek, thank you for joining us with those insights. And these are the pictures coming in live from Male, as Abhishek was saying, that this is the official welcome for the Prime Minister, ceremonial one. And this visit is very, very significant given the recent tensions between India and Maldives, largely stemming from the growing influence of China in this particular region. However, India's relationship with Maldives has been historically marked by swift and substantial responses because India has been the first responder for Maldives. Now, like I was mentioning, viewers, that India has been a first responder from providing military assistance in 1988 to 2020 COVID-19 pandemic. India has been helping and offering immediate relief to Maldives. Well, viewers, and today's visit offers a fresh opportunity for both the countries to strengthen their ties and also address key issues such as security and economic cooperation and also climate change. And this is a very, very important engagement as far as India-Maldives ties are concerned, because India has time and again played a very, very important role in ensuring peaceful, relief provision for Maldives in times of crisis, 2004 tsunami, 1988 coup, and also during the political instability that followed in 2018. India played a very key role in ensuring a peaceful transition of power after President Yamin's defeat. And more recently, India's support during the COVID-19 also highlights how India has been the first responder, because we provided vaccine assistance, medical supplies, reinforced it with the ongoing cooperation between the two nations. And today's visit marks a very, very important turning point as far as mending ties are concerned, because it provides that particular platform for both the nations to reaffirm their bilateral relationship. And these are the pictures coming in live from Maldives, a ceremonial welcome for the Prime Minister. In fact, a guard of honor was also provided as President Muizu accompanied PM Modi. We also have Chandrakala joining us live from the national capital. Chandrakala, the Prime Minister has received a ceremonial welcome. Tell us about his engagements for the day.
Well, a very crucial visit coming at this is the first such state visit being made by Prime Minister Modi after the President of Maldives has assumed office, of course, and we are looking forward to a very important bilateral meeting between the two leaders, slated to be held from some times now. And as we have seen, that Prime Minister Modi has received a ceremonial welcome, and tomorrow on 26th July, he's going to attend the 60th Independence Day in Maldives. Or this visit comes at a very crucial time because it could be seen as a way of resetting the ties after the India Out campaign, which we have seen the pro-China leader Muizu has taken during his election campaign, and a very crucial visit. And there are like certain bilateral meetings to be taking place today. Many MOUs concerning on trade, defense, and other trade will be signed during this visit. And yes, we are looking forward to this particular visit. It is an attempt to reset ties between India and Maldives. And tomorrow, as I have already mentioned, the Prime Minister is going to attend the 60th Independence Day. This is also Muizu's first such hosting the ceremony, and Prime Minister is the first such leader who is visiting from India after Muizu has assumed office as the president of Maldives. Looking forward to this very crucial visit, and a press statement is also slated to take place. Number of MOUs on different sectors are also slated forward.
That's right, Chandrakala. This is the Prime Minister's two-day visit, which also coincides with Maldives' 60th Independence Day celebrations, where PM Modi will be attending as the guest of honor. And his visit also marks 60 years of diplomatic relations between the two countries, with India being among the first nations to recognize the Maldives after it gained independence in 1965. And this is also Prime Minister's third visit since he took office in 2014, and it comes at a very, very crucial time when both the countries are seeking to explore a new chapter to reset their ties. And the visit is expected to also open key avenues for cooperation, especially in the economic and digital sectors. Let's now cut across to Kiran Rijiju, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister.
लिख करके अनुरोध किया था कि पहलगाम में आतंकवादी हमला और ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को लेकर के पार्लियामेंट में चर्चा होनी चाहिए। पार्लियामेंट शुरू होते ही हमने सरकार की ओर से साफ शब्दों में कहा कि हम चर्चा के लिए तैयार हैं। पहले दिन हमने बिजनेस लेके आए और साथ साथ में बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी में हमने बात रखी कि हम ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार हैं, लेकिन विपक्ष की ओर से पहले दिन से हंगामा शुरू कर दिया और नियम के विरुद्ध तकिया लेकर के, पोस्टर बैनर लेकर के संसद के अंदर और संसद के बाहर प्रदर्शन किया और सदन को चलने नहीं दिया। पहले सप्ताह में सिर्फ एक ही बिल हम पास कर पाए हैं। एक बिल पास होने के बाद फिर से हमने अनुरोध किया कि हम दूसरे बिल भी लिस्टेड है और चर्चा करके पारित करना चाहिए, लेकिन कांग्रेस और कुछ दलों ने फिर से हंगामा, शोर शराबे और तकिया लेकर के पार्लियामेंट के अंदर में, फिर पार्लियामेंट के बाहर भी हंगामा करके पार्लियामेंट प्रोसीडिंग का बाधित किया है। मैं फिर से पुकारना चाहता हूं सारे ऑपोजिशन पार्टी को कि जो आपने मांग किए हैं, सरकार ने एग्री किया है, तो और आगे चल करके पार्लियामेंट सेशन को डिस्टर्ब ना करें। देश का जनता जितने मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट है इसलिए चुन के भेजता है कि पार्लियामेंट में देश का समस्याएं और कई भी मुद्दे हो सकते हैं, आप उठा सकते हैं नियम के तहत। एक एक सवाल को तैयार करने में, उसका जवाब बनाने में सरकार में बहुत सारे लोग इन्वॉल्व होते हैं। ऑफिसर्स का पूरा समय, एमपी का जो क्वेश्चन होते हैं उसको जवाब देने के लिए पूरा रिसोर्सेस लगा करके जवाब तैयार करते हैं। फिर जब उसको चर्चा नहीं करते हैं, जवाब को सुनते नहीं हैं, तो नुकसान देश का होता है, जनता का होता है। तो मैं आज बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी लोकसभा स्पीकर के माध्यम से बुलाए गए थे उसमें भी बात को फिर से दोहराया कि हम ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार हैं। तो आज बीएससी में ये निर्णय हुआ कि अगले सप्ताह यानी कि मंडे को स्पेशल डिस्कशन ऑन टेररिस्ट अटैक इन पहलगाम एंड इन response to that the operation Sindur carried out by Indian Armed Forces, इस पे हम चर्चा करेंगे। पहलगाम पे आतंकवादियों का हमला और फिर सरकार का जवाब ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से सेना ने जो जवाब किया है उस पर चर्चा होंगे। तो इसमें सहमति बने हैं। तो मंडे से अच्छी तरह से हम सदन चलाने के लिए आज सब पार्टी ने मिल करके एग्री किया है। मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि ये एग्रीमेंट को आगे नहीं तोड़ेंगे और मंडे से सुचारू रूप से सदन चलेंगे, ये मैं उम्मीद के साथ आपको बता रहा हूं। दूसरा कई और चर्चा है। अपोजिशन पार्टी की ओर से, रूलिंग अलायंस की ओर से कई पार्टियां हैं जिन्होंने अलग अलग नियमों में चर्चा मांगी है। तो हमने कहा कि हम चर्चा के लिए खुले मन से हम तैयार हैं, लेकिन चर्चा करने का एक तरीका होता है, नियम होता है। तो नियम के तहत हम चर्चा के लिए तैयार हैं।
सर, क्या एसआईआर के मुद्दे पर सरकार जवाब देगी?
हमने आज दो बातें बीएससी में रखा है कि चर्चा के दौरान ऑपोजिशन पार्टी से कौन बोलेगा ये सरकार तय नहीं कर सकता है, और सरकार की ओर से कौन जवाब देंगे इसका तय विपक्ष नहीं कर सकते हैं। वो अपने अपने क्षेत्र में अपना अधिकार है कि सरकार में कौन बोलना चाहिए कौन नहीं बोलना चाहिए, ये विपक्ष तय नहीं करेंगे और विपक्ष भी अपने हिसाब से अपने लिस्ट ऑफ स्पीकर तैयार करें।
सर, ये क्या पीएम की मांग कर रहे हैं जो वो बार-बार डिमांड कर रहे हैं?
बार-बार वो यही कह रहे हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री को जवाब देना चाहिए। तो ये बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी देश के प्रधानमंत्री को बाध्य नहीं कर सकता है कब बोलना है कहाँ बोलना है, ये सरकार तय करते हैं।
सर, व्हाट इज द स्टेट ऑफ?
दूसरा और भी मुद्दे उन्होंने उठाए हैं। तो हमने ये कहा है कि सारे मुद्दे हमने सुना है और उस पर विचार होगा, लेकिन एक साथ सारे मुद्दे पे चर्चा तो हो नहीं सकता है। तो मल्टीपल डिमांड एक साथ में रखेंगे तो उससे कोई मतलब नहीं होता है। इन्होंने स्पेशल इंटेंसिव रिवीजन और कई मुद्दे हैं अलग अलग पार्टियों ने रखा है। तो मैं उसको जवाब दिया है कि पहले हम ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पे चर्चा करेंगे। ये ऑपोजिशन पार्टी का ही मांग था, सरकार ने एग्री पहले दिन से किया है। तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पे चर्चा पूरा करने के बाद अगले विषय क्या लेंगे उसका हम बाद में तय करेंगे। जो क्वेश्चन आंसर होता है, 0 आवर होता है, ये मेंबर का प्रिविलेज है, उसको आप डिस्टर्ब ना करें। इसलिए मंडे से लोकसभा में 16 आवर्स 16 घंटे के लिए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर चर्चा होगी और ट्यूसडे को राज्यसभा में फिर 16 घंटे के लिए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर चर्चा होगी। तो ये आज बीएससी में तय किया गया है। ये स्पेशल डिस्कशन का एग्रीमेंट ये पहले बार नहीं है। चर्चा करने का कई तरीके होते हैं। हम रूल 342 में भी कर सकते हैं, 193 में भी कर सकते हैं, कई और नियम हैं, लेकिन हमने ये एग्री किया है। जैसे संविधान पर हमने चर्चा किए थे, बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर के 125वीं जन्म तिथि पर भी हमने एक विशेष चर्चा की थी। उसी प्रकार से ऑपरेशन सिंदूर बहुत विशेष विषय है, देश के लिए गौरव का विषय है। हमारा सैनिकों का वीर गाथा के बारे में बहुत लोगों को कहना है, इसलिए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का चर्चा स्पेशल डिस्कशन होगा, कोई स्पेसिफिक रूल्स पे नहीं, ये एक स्पेशल डिस्कशन है। इसलिए इस पे व्यापक रूप से अपना बात रखने का मौका मिलेगा।
4 दिन से लगातार संसद में एसआईआर के मुद्दे पे हंगामा हो रहा है, तो अपोजिशन ये कह रहा है कि सरकार जवाब दो। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बाद क्या सरकार जवाब देगी? मैंने
यही बात आज बीएससी में भी कहा है और अभी आपके माध्यम से फिर कह रहा हूं कि सबसे पहले ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर चर्चा होगी, ये ऑपोजिशन पार्टी का ही मांग रही है, हमने तुरंत एग्री किया है। उसके बाद कौन सा विषय पर लेकर के चर्चा होगी ये उसके बाद तय करेंगे। सारा चीज़ एक दिन में तय नहीं होती है और जो भी चर्चा होनी है वो नियम के तहत ही होगा। नियम को ताक में रख करके तो हम पार्लियामेंट नहीं चला सकते हैं। मैंने पहले दिन से संसदीय कार्य मंत्री होने के नाते सारे अपोजिशन पार्टी को अपील किया, लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन के साथ बैठक हुई, बातचीत किया और मेरे तरफ से जो भी पहल करना है मैंने पूरा किया, आगे भी करते रहेंगे। ये हमारा ड्यूटी है। सरकार की ओर से हमने सब पार्टियों से अपील किया और हम लगातार संपर्क में रहेंगे।
What is the point on the chair said that Jagdamba Kal from the chair said that you and Arnab Goswami met both the leader of oppositions of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha.
आज भी किया है।
तो क्या बैठक में बातचीत हुई? अगर
वो मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी जो नेता प्रतिपक्ष राज्यसभा में हैं और राहुल गांधी जी नेता प्रतिपक्ष लोकसभा में हैं, दोनों के साथ आज भी बैठक की है। लेकिन वो बैठक का डिटेल मुझे सार्वजनिक रूप से चर्चा नहीं करनी है, लेकिन विशेष रूप से पार्लियामेंट अच्छा से चलना चाहिए, ये हमारा शुरू से प्रयास रही है और आगे भी मैं अपील करता हूं कि सब मिलकर के सब पार्टियों को बोलने का पर्याप्त मौका मिलेगा। जस्टिस यशवंत वर्मा का मुद्दे को लेकर के बहुत पहले से हमने प्रयास किया और हमने बहुत ही साफ शब्दों में कहा है कि ये सिर्फ सरकार का प्रयास नहीं बल्कि पूरे सदन का, पूरे मेंबर्स ऑफ पार्लियामेंट का एक मत है कि जुडिशरी में अगर करप्शन का मुद्दा है या कोई हाई कोर्ट सुप्रीम कोर्ट जज को हटाना है, ये पूरा संसद का दायित्व होता है, इसमें हम विभाजित नहीं होना चाहिए। इसलिए जैसे हमने शुरू में तय किया कि हम एकजुट इस मोशन को मूव करेंगे तो इसका प्रक्रिया बहुत जल्द हो जाएंगे। हमने मोशन दे दिया है, अब इसका जो प्रक्रिया है जैसे नियम है उसके हिसाब से बहुत जल्द शुरू हो जाएंगे। All the political parties have agreed that the removal of Justice Verma has to be a joint call. Now there should be no issue with regards to which house it has to be moved. Once we have agreed that it will be moved in Lok Sabha and it will be concurred in Rajya Sabha as per rule, so we should not remain under any doubt that the discussion and the motion, everything will begin in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha as per rule will give the concurrence and there will be thorough discussion in Rajya Sabha also. I am not going to give the detailed proceedings and detailed process right now because it is the property of the house, so it will be better the announcement comes from the chair. But what I am saying is the agreement amongst all the parties is that the motion for removal of Justice Verma will begin in Lok Sabha, it will be taken up in Lok Sabha and then subsequently it will be concurred by Rajya Sabha. That is the agreement of all the parties.
So will the new vice presidential candidate happen in this session?
No, I'm not going to talk about the vice president issue because I am concerned about the business in the house in both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha.
सर, क्या चुनाव आयोग के फैसले पर पार्लियामेंट में डिस्कशन होगा?
वो जैसे रूल है, रूल के हिसाब से चलेंगे। मैं अभी बाकी मामलों पे कहना नहीं चाहता हूँ। मैं सदन में जो गतिविधि है, जो बिजनेस है, उसी के बारे में ही मैं आपसे बात करूँगा। थैंक यू। There's no ruling. There's no admission.
It's not admitted, no?
Well, that was Kiran Rijiju detailing the minutes of the meeting. As far as the engagement with the opposition leaders were also concerned, he said that he clearly stated to the opposition leaders, the leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha as well as the leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha, that from Monday there will be a discussion, a debate on Operation Sindur, Pahalgam terror attack, and this in accordance with the opposition's demand for a debate. And he said that the centre had already agreed for a debate and the need of the hour was smooth functioning of the parliament, which the opposition has been blocking with protests, chaos and also sloganeering. Moving on, viewers, HM calls a top meeting with the ministers today, and JP Nadda, Rajnath Singh, Piyush Goyal, Arjun Ram Meghwal, Bhupender Yadav, Dharmendra Pradhan, all of them will be part of this particular meeting. And after Rijiju's meeting with Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition of Lok Sabha, and Mallikarjun Kharge, leader of opposition in the upper house, top senior ministers will reach out to opposition before the discussion on Operation Sindur begins on Monday. And this is another all-important meeting called by Union Home Minister H.M. Shah. We have our executive editor Aishwarya Kapoor joining us on the phone line. Aishwarya, this is another important meeting called by Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Help us understand the details of this particular engagement. In fact, we'll get our executive editor back with us, but this is the breaking news that we're tracking at the moment, viewers. After Kiran Rijiju's meeting with the LOPs of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, Aishwarya is back with us. Aishwarya, help us understand the details of this particular meeting. And it seems like the ministers will reach out to the opposition leaders over the debate on Operation Sindur on Monday.
Well, it's a meeting after meeting, Deepak, and this important meeting has been chaired or will be chaired by the Home Minister. We just heard Kiran Rijiju just few minutes prior, and that was post him having a meeting between Rahul Gandhi and then Mallikarjun Kharge. This meeting about which we are having a conversation is scheduled for in the evening. We are being told around 6:30 in the evening at the Home Minister's residence. You will have Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, BJP National President Jagat Prakash Nadda, Kiran Rijiju, Piyush Goyal, Bhupender Yadav, Dharmendra Pradhan, and then so on and so forth, including that of Ashwini Vaishnav as well. But this is happening because the government is planning that it is going to put its best foot forward as far as Operation Sindur is concerned. And we have to keep in mind that the Prime Minister himself, the Home Minister, the Defence Minister, the Foreign Minister, so in other words, you name it, and that minister is going to be speaking. So government is trying to put their best foot forward as far as Operation Sindur is concerned, and they want a proper structured discussion and not disruption. And hence you see the government trying to reach out, and the Home Minister calling this meeting of the top level officers, post which we are being told that between tomorrow and day after, that is Saturday and Sunday, you are going to see a massive outreach from the government side, though we have seen step one of that with the Kiran Rijiju meeting Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge, but government understanding that with them putting the Prime Minister up front himself and then the Home Minister and backing by Defence Minister and then so on and so forth, they would need to reach out a bit more. And then for the same, we are being told after this meeting, which is scheduled for 6:30 in the evening today, at the Home Minister's residence, there will be a massive outreach from the government to the complete opposition, and not only that, to the Congress party.
Right, Aishwarya, thank you for joining us with those details. But the big question is, will the opposition let the parliament function smoothly? Will it let the debate happen as per plan? That's the big question. All eyes will be on Monday's session. But let's move on, viewers, because in a major boost to India's defense capabilities, DRDO has successfully carried out flight trials of UAV launched precision-guided missile V3 in the National Open Area Range. It's a test range in Kurnool of Andhra Pradesh, and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh also congratulated DRDO and the industry partners, DCPPs, MSMEs and also the startups for the development and successful trials of the UAV-launched precision-guided missile V3 system. There are pictures coming in from Maldives. The Prime Minister is being accorded an official welcome There you can see that is how President of Maldives Muizu welcomed the Prime Minister. It was a ceremonial welcome for PM Modi as he arrived for his third visit to Maldives since 2014. First visit since the diplomatic fallout with Maldives. And it's a very important chapter as both the nations will be looking to reset and reaffirm their ties, especially amidst the growing influence of China on this island nation. And the focus today and during this particular visit will be on UPI and FTA talks. It's a major highlight of the trip, and it is also anticipated launch of India's Unified Payments Interface Services in Maldives, a step that has been seen towards deepening financial connectivity. In addition to the UPI launch, India and Maldives will also initiate discussions on a free trade agreement for 2025. Now, remember, the two countries had earlier signed a trade agreement in 1981, and it is also to be noted here that the bilateral trade between India and Maldives has reached approximately $548 million in 2023, more than double the $245 million recorded in 2020. And this is the Prime Minister's second stop after his visit to the United Kingdom. Over there as well, we signed an FTA with Keir Starmer, and now another FTA with Maldives is also on the cards. India mainly imports scrap metal from Maldives while exporting a large range of goods including engineering products, pharmaceuticals, cement, agricultural produce such as rice, spices, fruits, vegetables and also poultry. It is an important engagement between the two countries to reset ties, to further their trade and also to introduce UPI in Maldives. Moving on, viewers, Ministry of Defence has signed a contract with Bharat Electronics Limited for the procurement of air defence fire control radars for the Indian Army with approximately, which are worth around 2,000 crore rupees under the Buy Indian Indigenously Designed, Developed and Manufactured category. The contract was inked and exchanged by the senior officials of Ministry of Defence and BEL in the presence of Defence Secretary Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh in the national capital today. And this is another boost for our defence capabilities. What we understand is that the Ministry of Defence has signed a special contract with BEL for the procurement of air defence fire control radars for the Indian Army, and this particular system is worth around 2,000 crore rupees. It will be procured under the Buy Indian Indigenously Designed, Developed and Manufactured category. Ishan is joining us live from the newsroom to give us more details about the air control fire systems and radars. Ishan, help us understand about this major defence procurement.
This procurement is primarily for the air defence systems of the Indian Army. This is post-Operation Sindur. Indian Army realized the importance of the air defence systems. We have already been investing in this field a lot, and this procurement will boost the capabilities of the Indian Army to a great extent. The air defence system radars are primarily used to guide the missiles and munitions and drones to prevent the enemy drones and aircraft to come in. These will be deployed at various locations across and provide the information to the Central Command Unit, and the Central Command Unit therefore transmits that information to the respective missile systems and air defence systems. This air defence system provides great thrust to the Made in India project, as BEL will be manufacturing these air defence radars, and it is part of the 1.5 lakh crore large procurement DAC announced last month.
That's right, Ishan. Let me also go across to Gursimran. Gursimran, this is a major boost as far as safeguarding our skies are concerned, because we've seen what really happened in Operation Sindur. Several Dud missiles of Pakistan were shot down by our air defence systems, and these radars will also provide real-time information to the air defence systems deployed across our borders.
Yes, you have rightly mentioned, and taking forward what Ishan was saying, that this is going to boost the Indian armed forces a lot. Reason being what we have seen in the Operation Sindur, that how Pakistan has used the Turkey-made drone to attack the vital installation, though the attempts were failed. Now, as a major boost to the Atmanirbhar Bharat, the Ministry of Defence has inked this 2,000 crore contract with the Bharat Electronics Limited. And in this, what will happen that over 75% or 70% of the indigenous components, this air defence system will boost the air defence unit of the Indian Army. This is the fire control radars that will not only detect the incoming fighter jets but also the attack helicopters and any aerial threat, being it posed by the swarm drones or any UAV from across the border. So it is capable of pushing back what the Pakistan has done during the Operation Sindur. This has been done as part of the indigenous Indian developed, designed and manufactured category of the Atmanirbhar Bharat, and now it is going to give a major boost to the air defence unit of the Indian Army, because we have seen that the AD unit of the Indian Army has played a very pivotal role during the Operation Sindur and the Akash Tir system that has decimated the enemy's plans to disrupt the pace.
That's right, Gursimran and Ishan, thank you for joining me with those details. We have more breaking news coming in. Viewers, the impeachment motion against Justice Yashwant Verma has been admitted in the Lok Sabha, but in the Rajya Sabha, the motion has not been admitted yet. This is the big breaking news that we are tracking at the moment. The impeachment motion against Justice Yashwant Verma has been admitted in the Lok Sabha, and like Kiran Rijiju was saying, that there must be a united stand, united approach for this, and it's certainly an important motion that is in focus in the monsoon session, and it has been admitted in the Lok Sabha, marking a very, very significant step forward. However, in the Rajya Sabha, the motion hasn't been admitted yet, leaving everyone waiting to see whether the upper house will take up the issue or not. But Kiran Rijiju there said that the matter will be taken up in both the houses. The timing is very, very crucial, especially with Operation Sindur debate also lined up for Monday and the week. So all eyes will be on the Rajya Sabha whether or not it will admit the motion against Justice Yashwant Verma. But meanwhile, focus remains on BCCI. Rajiv Shukla remains mum on India-Pakistan match in the Asia Cup. Stay tuned for more. Along with that, India also cracks down on soft porn OTT platforms. A digital cleanup is being done. Stay tuned for more on this on the other side.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Republic, Jack Olivall studio. Stay tuned for all the live and breaking news updates. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Let's get started.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
आधे बाउल दही में
4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
कि इसको लेकर क्या कहें, क्या मैच भारत पाकिस्तान इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए? ऐसा इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए मैच।
Republic launches mega campaign to boycott India and Pakistan Asia Cup clash. Nation says terror and cricket cannot go hand in hand. Centre cracks down on OTT soft porn in a major cleanup. Government bans 25 OTT websites.
पार्लियामेंट शुरू होते ही हमने सरकार की ओर से साफ शब्दों में कहा कि हम चर्चा के लिए तैयार हैं। विजिलेंस एडवाइजरी कमेटी में हमने बात रखी कि हम ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार हैं।
Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju sets the record straight. Says government ready to have a debate on Operation Sindur. Opposition must learn to let the parliament function first. Sanjay Kapoor's mother questions circumstances of son's death, alleges coercion, seeks meeting deferment. Home Minister Amit Shah calls for key meeting with top ministers to reach out to opposition before discussion on Operation Sindur. Prime Minister Narendra Modi receives a grand ceremonial welcome in Maldives. Key bilateral meeting scheduled with President Muizu. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik, at 4 p.m. this Friday evening. Our top story remains big breaking news development coming in from the Parliament. Now, a motion of impeachment against Justice Yashwant Verma has been admitted in the Lok Sabha. However, it has not been admitted, the motion in the Rajya Sabha yet. That's the big breaking news development coming in after a massive all-party meeting with Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister also meeting the opposition members. Impeachment motion against Justice Yashwant Verma has finally been admitted in the Lok Sabha. Just days ago, we had also seen that a similar motion was attempted to be moved in the Rajya Sabha. Subsequently, Vice President Dhankad resigned. There is no update yet on a similar motion in Rajya Sabha. However, the big breaking news update coming in from Lok Sabha. I have my colleague Aishwarya Kapoor joining us on the phone line with more details on this story. Aishwarya, what's the latest coming in from the Parliament vis-a-vis the impeachment motion against Justice Yashwant Verma?
Well, the government always intended to bring this motion in Lok Sabha, and as sources indicated that even the resignation of the Vice President, now the former Vice President Jagdeep Dhankad, was in regard to his rush of getting this motion cleared in the upper house. So the government is very clear and clearly adamant that it wants the impeachment motion to be brought in by the government and not the opposition, and that too in the People's House, in the lower house, that is Lok Sabha. And for that matter, that has been accepted. The motion has been accepted by the chair. We are being told that it can be brought in after Operation Sindur's discussion, because government, keeping in mind that has already put its best foot forward, keeping in mind the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, Defence Minister, and then so on and so forth on Operation Sindur. So once now it has been accepted, now the discussion, or it will be brought to vote post the discussion on Operation Sindur. But the BAC meeting will sit late on Saturday evening, post which we will clearly know when it will be tabled, but it has been accepted. The motion has been accepted in the lower house and it will be brought in, we are being told, as early as the coming week. So one thing is for clear, what the government wanted, Krutat, government is able to achieve it. Government did not want this motion to be brought in the upper house, and that was one of the major point of rift between the government and the former Vice President, and now the Lok Sabha chair accepting it makes it very clear that the government seems to be getting its way through. Back to you.
Indeed, Aishwarya, and that is a big breaking development coming in. My colleague Harsha also joins us on the broadcast from the Parliament. Harsha, what went along in that meeting and this critical juncture where Lok Sabha has finally accepted the impeachment motion of Justice Yashwant Verma?
Because for all our viewers, first of all, it's very important to understand that how the process of impeachment was taken place. And if you remember, just before the Parliament monsoon session started, there was an all-party meeting, and it was conveyed by Kiren Rijiju only that all the government and the opposition party have agreed that the impeachment motion will be brought against Justice Verma in the Parliament. In Lok Sabha, we saw the process that how each and every signatures were taken not only from the opposition party leaders, but from the ruling party MPs as well. The signatures were signed on a letter, and it was given to Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla. We saw photo op also where Ravi Shankar Prasad, Nishikant Dubey and other government leaders along with opposition party leaders were also present. While if we saw in Rajya Sabha, no such rule was followed. The chair, former VP Jagdeep Dhankad from the chair only announced that I have received the letter of the impeachment motion against Yashwant Verma signed by opposition leaders. and it has been admitted. However, today only we got to know that it shouldn't be admitted because there's a proper protocol, there's a proper rule which has to be followed. First of all, the signatures has to be shared with the Treasury bench. The Treasury bench has to be informed that yes, there's a letter which has been signed by the opposition and the ruling party MPs for the motion which is to be brought against a particular person, and then after it is given to the chair. In Lok Sabha, the rule was followed, while in Rajya Sabha it was not followed, and that is the reason why the former VP Jagdeep Dhankar from the chair, what he announced has been withdrawn. The motion has not been admitted in Rajya Sabha. We have been clearly told by the government sources. Now this clearly indicates that how this will go forward. So going forward, now we know that the probe panel committee which will be formed, this will be formed by Lok Sabha Speaker, and the committee of the probe panel, which includes a CJI or a judge from High Court and the Supreme Court and one eminent jurist. So the probe panel will constitute of three people and not more than that. And also this probe panel will be constituted by Parliament itself and now by the Speaker. So we can say that the former VP Jagdeep Dhankar, what he announced from the chair on the impeachment motion against Justice Verma against Justice Yashwant Verma has not been admitted or approved in Rajya Sabha. It has been completely withdrawn from Rajya Sabha. Only in Lok Sabha this impeachment motion against Justice Verma will be brought. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Harsha, for those exclusive details. The Rajya Sabha motion of the opposition withdrawn. The government moves in Lok Sabha. Let's also listen into what Union Minister Kiran Rijiju said just moments ago after that all-party meeting vis-a-vis the impeachment and other critical points of contention between the government and the opposition.
जस्टिस यशवंत वर्मा का मुद्दे को लेकर के बहुत पहले से हमने प्रयास किया और हमने बहुत ही साफ शब्दों में कहा है कि ये सिर्फ सरकार का प्रयास नहीं बल्कि पूरे सदन का, पूरे मेंबर्स ऑफ पार्लियामेंट का एक मत है कि जुडिशरी में अगर करप्शन का मुद्दा है या कोई हाई कोर्ट सुप्रीम कोर्ट जज को हटाना है, ये पूरा संसद का दायित्व होता है, इसमें हम विभाजित नहीं होना चाहिए। इसलिए जैसे हमने शुरू में तय किया कि हम एकजुट इस मोशन को मूव करेंगे तो इसका प्रक्रिया बहुत जल्द हो जाएंगे। हमने मोशन दे दिया है, अब इसका जो प्रक्रिया है जैसे नियम है उसके हिसाब से बहुत जल्द शुरू हो जाएंगे।
Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, let me also tell you the details of the speakers that are expected to speak on the Operation Sindur debate that is all set to be tabled in the Parliament on Monday. The big breaking development is that Union Home Minister Amit Shah, Union Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Union External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar, BJP MPs like Anurag Thakur and Nishikant Dubey, and along with Prime Minister Narendra Modi potentially intervening on the debate. That's the stacked lineup of BJP speakers of choice in the Operation Sindur debate that is likely to take place on Monday, July the 28th. And that's a big lineup of the BJP ministers, from the Prime Minister to the top ministers in the core cabinet of the Cabinet Committee on Security, including the Home Minister, Defence Minister, the Foreign Minister, and top MPs of the BJP, and including the Prime Minister, perhaps even intervening in the Operation Sindur debate that is likely to be tabled into the Parliament next week. That will also listen in to what Union Minister Rijiju had to say on the Operation Sindur debate and the developments that have happened with the opposition after that all-party meeting today.
पहलगाम में आतंकवादी हमला और ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को लेकर के पार्लियामेंट में चर्चा होनी चाहिए। पार्लियामेंट शुरू होते ही हमने सरकार की ओर से साफ शब्दों में कहा कि हम चर्चा के लिए तैयार हैं। पहले दिन हमने बिजनेस लेके आए और साथ साथ में बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी में हमने बात रखी कि हम ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार हैं, लेकिन विपक्ष की ओर से पहले दिन से हंगामा शुरू कर दिया और नियम के विरुद्ध तकिया लेकर के, पोस्टर बैनर लेकर के संसद के अंदर और संसद के बाहर प्रदर्शन किया और सदन को चलने नहीं दिया।
And bringing you more details straight from the Parliament is my colleague Harsha. Harsha, after a week one washout in Lok Sabha, finally Operation Sindur debate likely to happen on Monday. Right from the Prime Minister to the main ministers in the Cabinet Committee of Security expected to speak. What are the details that we're tracking on the BJP's lineup of speakers and what the potential debate on Operation Sindur can entail to?
Pratash, we have a very important thing to see that the Pahalgam and Operation Sindur is the foremost discussion and debate point which is going to start from the next week of the Parliament session. As you very well remember that opposition was continuously asking for the debate and discussion on the Pahalgam and Operation Sindur and the all-party meeting, and after that the BAC which took place in the first week of the monsoon session on the first day, government accepted the demand of opposition party by stating that yes, they are ready for the discussion on Operation Sindur, and thereby 16 hours were allotted in Lok Sabha for the discussion on Operation Sindur. And now we have got to know that Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister himself, will be initiating the discussion on Operation Sindur on Monday. The discussion will begin from 12 o'clock in the afternoon. The first 1 hour will be 0 hour, and after that there will be discussion on Operation Sindur. Nishikant Dubey will be speaking, and also EM.S. Jaishankar will also be speaking on Operation Sindur. Apart from this, there are going to be speakers like Anurag Thakur and Nishikant Dubey too, who will be speaking on Operation Sindur. To tell you precisely, almost 90 to 120 minutes have been allotted to the ruling party to speak on this issue, and also Samajwadi Party, TDP, RJD, JDU, and other DMK and other parties will also be speaking on this issue. But the debate and discussion will be initiated by the government and especially by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh himself, because on the first day of the monsoon session only, Prime Minister clearly stated that there was a 100% strike rate from the side of the government on Operation Sindur after the terror act was seen in Pahalgam, and how the terrorist camps were completely destroyed by the government by Operation Sindur.
Yes.
That was also highlighted by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So Monday we have been told by the government sources that in the BAC it has been decided opposition will cooperate. There will be the smooth business in the second week of the monsoon session. Monday likely there will be no ruckus and disruption from the side of the opposition party, and a debate and discussion on Operation Sindur and Pahalgam will be initiated by the ruling party. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Harsha, for those details. After a brief statement from the steps of the Parliament on day one by the Prime Minister, perhaps a detailed 16-hour-long discussion on the cards on Monday in Lok Sabha on Operation Sindur. That's the details coming in from the Parliament. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news update coming in from the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. This one concerning a soldier has lost his life due to a personnel mine explosion in the forward areas of the line of control in the Krishna Ghati sector. According to army sources, an Indian army jawan has lost his life in the Krishna Ghati sector along the line of control in Poonch. 2 army jawans also have been injured in this explosion. This was an anti-personnel mine explosion in the forward area of the line of control in the Krishna Ghati sector, which has resulted to injuries to 3 jawans, of which one is believed to have lost their life. This is a concerning update. My colleague Gursimran is joining us live on the broadcast with more details on the story. Gursimran, if you can hear me, what is the detail vis-a-vis that we are picking up in terms of the army sources informing us that one personnel has lost life in an anti-personnel mine explosion in the forward areas of LOC?
Yeah, this afternoon in the Krishna Ghati sector in the Salotri area in one of the forward posts of the Indian Army, an explosion has taken place. It was of an anti-personnel mine that has been put as part of the anti-infiltration grid. After during the regular patrol, the accidental step-in led to this explosion that has taken place, in which 3 jawans and officials of the Indian Army personnel, they were injured, including a Naib Subedar, a Havaldar and an Agniveer who got injured. They were taken to the nearby medical facility, but unfortunately the Agniveer succumbed to the injuries, what we are picking up from the officials in the Indian Army. Now we are being told that the entire area is being searched as part of the protocols, but this is in the forward area, and there have been several incidents in the past as well where these accidental stepping up on the anti-personnel mines or the mines that have been put in place, that has taken place. Now the 2 jawans officials that are injured, they are being treated at the local medical facility, but unfortunately one Agniveer of the Indian Army has succumbed to the injuries in this explosion that has taken place in the forward area of Salotri in the Krishna Ghati sector along the line of control in the Poonch district. The senior officials and the police officials, they have also reached the spot, and the post-mortem and the rest of the medico-legal formalities are being performed by the Indian Army and the Jammu and Kashmir police.
Thank you so much, Gusimran, for tracking those details. Very concerning updates coming in from Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, where a soldier has lost his life due to a mine explosion. Meanwhile, moving on to more breaking news updates coming in from Rajasthan, where an upper primary government school in Jalabad district of Rajasthan, there a roof of a school building had collapsed. At least 8 students, unfortunately, have lost their lives in this incident, and several children are still reported to be trapped. Now, the latest breaking news update that we are tracking is that 5 teachers have been suspended. The decision was taken based on preliminary findings that indicate negligence, reflecting the department's strict stance on the matter. However, rescue teams along with local villagers are still tirelessly working to remove the rubble with JCBs and other machines there in the Jalabad district of Rajasthan, where 8 children unfortunately have lost their life. Very reactionary response coming in from the government. 5 teachers now suspended over suspected negligence and in the preliminary investigation of the Department of Education there. However, 8 children have lost their lives so far. That's the latest number, and the death toll is at the moment at 8, with more people fear to be trapped underneath the debris, including children, and rescue operations continue in this massive tragedy that has occurred in the Jalabad district of Rajasthan. Well, that's the update coming in from Rajasthan. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow the nation gears up to celebrate the 26th anniversary of Kargil Vijay Diwas, and Republic reports from Ground Zero. Here are the details of the celebrations that are all set for Kargil Vijay Diwas. Ahead of the 26th Kargil Vijay Diwas, preparations are in full swing at Kargil War Memorial in Dras. The memorial, which stands as a tribute to valiant soldiers who laid down their lives in the line of duty in the 1999 Kargil War, is decked up for commemorative events. Families of army personnel who lost their life in the line of action during the Kargil War in 1999 gathered at the Lamochain viewpoint in Dras to pay tribute to the heroes of the war. A solemn and emotionally resonant event was held at Lamochain Viewpoint in Dras as part of the 26th Kargil Vijay Diwas commemorations. The ceremony began with hoisting of the national flag in presence of Major General Hitesh Bhalla, General Officer Commanding of the 14th Corps, who served as the chief guest. He honoured the next of kin of Kargil martyrs who have borne the ultimate sacrifice for the nation. A powerful display of modern warfare capabilities was also held at Dras. Indian Army marked organised events, various programs to honour the heroes of Operation Vijay during the Kargil Vijay Diwas celebrations in Dras. Also, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news coming in now. Business tycoon Sanjay Kapoor's mother has alleged a foul play in the death of her son, and now she has moved in a legal attempt. Now, moving ahead with the Rani Kapoor, the mother of late Binera, has levelled severe charges of allegations and raised doubts about the circumstances surrounding her son's death in London. Now, Sanjay Kapoor had died in June, while further claimed that she was coerced into signing certain documents following her son's death. She has also demanded that the annual general meeting of the Sona Group, scheduled for today, be cancelled now that new director has to be appointed. Republic has also had an exclusive conversation with Sanjay Kapoor's mother, Rani Kapoor's lawyer. Listen in.
He, being the custodian of all of that and being the head of the family and the Sona Group today, writes this letter. Obviously, it was not easy for her to do it. She's grieving the loss of her son. And what she said in the letter is it is startling, right? She has said that she genuinely believes that this is not a case of a freak accident or just a natural death. And for her to come to this kind of a conclusion, where she wants this investigated threadbare and come to the truth of the matter, there are events which led up to the death and which have unfolded post the sad demise, which has got her to believe this. So I think first and foremost, we need to give that due regard to saying, who is it who's writing this? She has no monetary interest as such. She's really looking at ensuring that the family and the legacy that's been built by her late husband, carried forward by her late son now, is intact, remains within the family, and everyone's interests are protected. Within this letter, however, she has also said that immediately after the death, while in mourning, and as more details are coming out, she was made to sign papers in rather suspicious circumstances. She has also said that she's not being given access to documents, to information, with the companies involved, with the legacy. She's not even being allowed to access her bank accounts. In these circumstances, she's written to the board of directors and the shareholders, where she's requested that the meeting today, which is being held, as I understand, be deferred by at least 2 weeks. And that the company cooperate with her so that she can access all details and then present all the facts and make a reasoned decision as to how the family legacy should be taken forward. Who should be the representative of the family? It should not, according to her, be someone or anyone without her tacit consent. And that's what she's requested the board and the shareholders.
Right, that she was made to sign a lot of documents under duress. Can you please clarify what kind of documents, what was the nature of the documents?
So she, again, what she stated in the letter is she's not even been made aware of the contents of the documents. She's been asking, what have you made me sign? Send me copies of the same. She's written in the past to say, please don't act upon anything that is purportedly being signed by me. There has been no revert on those things. So to ask today what are the documents she's been made to sign, she's herself unaware of the same. But what does seem to be the case, and again, there's, I think, a bit of an inkling in the letter as well, is that some of those letters may well have to do with how the family legacy is going to be taken forward, who the representative of the family is going to be, who comes onto the board, etc. Right? And that's how things seem to be unraveling currently.
Also suspect a larger conspiracy where they're trying to take over the Sona group by sidelining the family. And who do you think is to be benefited by this act?
Lots of people could be out there on this. As far as Mrs. Kapoor is concerned, she has chosen not to name anybody at this juncture. She doesn't want to speculate. This is not something that can be taken lightly or said lightly by her. She's a very senior lady who's belongs to one of the, country's strongest groups. So she's not going to make allegations without being very sure. But yes, obviously there are people. The shareholding of the family, the founders of the family, needs to be maintained, remains intact for the benefit of the family. That's a motive. And if there's any attempt by anybody to do otherwise, she would like to ensure that doesn't happen.
So, the name of daughter-in-law is coming up in reports. Can you please explain what are the charges, what are the direct charges which you are levelling against the daughter-in-law in this case?
I don't think she has levelled any direct charge or named her daughter-in-law in this. From the copy of the letter that I have, it doesn't name her daughter-in-law at all. She has chosen not to name people. And, I think that needs to be respected at this stage.
Coming up next on Live and Breaking, Republic brings you special coverage live from Dras in Ladakh, where the celebrations for the Kargil Vijay Diwas are underway. Also coming up next, major crackdown on soft porn content by the government, 25 OTT apps banned. What are the details? Only on Republic. Stay tuned.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे
महफिल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
इतनी रिस्क लेने की क्या जरूरत है? Why don't you play safe, Anupam Kher?
I would have not reached here if I had played safe. I would have not survived in this profession if I had played safe. I did not play safe in my first film. That's the way my life is. What is the idea of walking on a path which is not full of ditches, speed breakers, problems? Because when I reach the destination, I should look back and say, wow, क्या मुश्किलों से गुजर के मैं यहाँ तक पहुँचा हूँ, इसलिए मैंने सर्वाइव किया ये 40 साल। आजकल बहुत सारे यंग लोग बोलते हैं दैट इज द वे आई एम। मैं तो शायद 95 साल की उम्र में भी नहीं बोल पाऊंगा कि दैट इज द वे आई एम, बिकॉज़ द मोमेंट दैट इज द वे आई एम, दैट मींस योर ग्रोथ इज नॉट देयर।
इस साल का जो प्रॉफिट है इंटरेस्ट पे डाल देंगे, हर महीने ब्याज का पैसा आता रहेगा।
अगर रेगुलर इनकम ही चाहिए तो आप वो पैसे फिक्स्ड इनकम फंड्स में डाल दो।
वो क्या होता है?
फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स चुने हुए ब्याज देने वाली कंपनी बॉन्ड्स, गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स और मनी मार्केट में इन्वेस्ट करते हैं। सिस्टमैटिक विथड्रॉवल प्लान से आपको ऑन द डॉट फिक्स्ड अमाउंट भी आता रहेगा।
म्यूचुअल फंड में फिक्स्ड इनकम वाली बात सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Impeachment motion against Justice Verma admitted in Lok Sabha.
पार्लियामेंट शुरू होते ही हमने सरकार की ओर से साफ शब्दों में कहा कि हम चर्चा के लिए तैयार हैं। बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी में हमने बात रखी कि हम ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार हैं।
Union Minister Kiran Rijiju sets the record straight, says government ready to debate on Operation Sindur, opposition must let the parliament function. Ministry of Defence inks 2,000 crore contract with BEL for air defence fire control radars for the Indian Army.
इसको लेकर क्या कहें? क्या मैच भारत पाकिस्तान इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए? ऐसा इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए मैच।
Republic launches mega campaign to boycott India-Pakistan Asia Cup clash. Nation says terror and cricket cannot go hand in hand. Centre cracks down on OTT soft porn in a major cleanup. Government bans 25 OTT websites and apps. Sanjay Kapoor's mother questions circumstances of her son's death, alleges coercion, seeks meeting deferment. Prime Minister Modi receives grand ceremonial welcome in Maldives, key bilateral schedule with President Muizu. Today, Kargil Vijay Diwas celebration set to begin today. Heroes of Operation Vijay to be honoured. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik, at 4:30 p.m. this Friday evening. Our top story remains the government in a massive hammer dropped on obscene content on OTT platforms has banned 25 applications, including Ulu, Alt, Desi Flix, Big Shots and others, citing concerns over streaming of obscene and sexually explicit material. This is the biggest crackdown by the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting that is directly blocking apps and websites showcasing obscene content. More reactions coming in from the Parliament on this massive move of the government. Let's listen into those reactions first.
देखिए, सरकार का निर्णय संस्कृति को लेके, भारत को लेके ज़रूरी था। जहाँ पे ऐसे OTT जो लाइसेंस्ड हैं, अनलाइसेंस्ड हैं, वो सॉफ्ट पॉर्न बना रहे हैं या गलत फिल्में बना रहे हैं या गलत फिल्मों को प्रदर्शित कर रहे हैं, उस पर ये सरकार ने निर्णय लिया है। और ये पूरे देश की जनता का एक संदेशा था हमेशा सरकार को कि सरकार, और वो ट्वीट पे, एक्स के माध्यम से बता रहे थे, तो निर्णय स्वागत योग्य है। और ये सोच समझ के आप एंटरटेनमेंट पेश करें, लेकिन एंटरटेनमेंट की एक परिभाषा, एक उसकी एक लक्ष्मण रेखा होती है, और उस पर ही निर्णय है। और इससे चीज़ें संतुलित होंगी। लोग एंटरटेनमेंट में अपनी मर्यादाओं को, परिवार को, भारत की संस्कृति को, भारत के विचारधाराओं को याद रख के बनाएंगे।
कि जो खासकर जिस तरह से जो ऐप जो इलीगल हैं, उनके प्रति, उनके अगेंस्ट जो ये स्टेप लिया गया है, इट इज़ अप्रिशिएटेड।
तो आपके सवाल में तो आपका इधर कंटेंट देखने नहीं है, जो भैया को प्रणाम के साथ बैठकर आप नहीं देख सकते हैं, जो शर्मनाक है, जिसकी असली भाषा है, प्रेजेंटेशन में गंदगी है, ऐसी भाषा को या शब्दों का चयन जिनका सराहनीय नहीं है, इनको अगर बैन किया गया तो मैं समझता हूँ ये बहुत प्रशंसनीय है। इसकी सराहना करते हैं। अगर आपको याद हो तो सबसे पहले जो पिछली बार मैं IT और इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी कमेटी में था, तो सबसे पहले इसको बैन करने के लिए, रोकने के लिए, प्रतिबंध लगाने के मैंने ही आवाज़ उठाई थी और मैंने काफ़ी ज़ोर शोर से आवाज़ उठाई थी। आज मुझे खुशी है ये जो है हम उसको नतीजे पर पहुंचते हुए देख रहे हैं। अच्छा है, ये बहुत बढ़िया हुआ है। ये क्या मतलब है, आप अपने माँ बहन के साथ बैठे हुए हैं, आप वहाँ परिवार के साथ बैठे हुए हैं और ऐसी वल्गर कंटेंट से, वल्गर अश्लील भाषा का प्रयोग उसमें करते रहे, ये फ्रीडम ऑफ एक्सप्रेशन के नाम पे सरासर बहुत।
Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news update coming in from the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, where the nation is gearing up to commemorate the 26th anniversary of Kargil Vijay Diwas. These are the lands on which our bravehearts fought a war in 1999 and defeated Pakistan by pushing back their armed forces that had transgressed on India's territorial sovereignty. These are visuals coming in from earlier today, where all the celebrations are being decked up as Indian armed forces get ready to salute to their heroes one more time on the 26th anniversary of Kargil Vijay Diwas tomorrow. Republic is the only network reporting live from Ground Zero in Dras. I'll be shortly joined by my colleague reporting live from Lamochen in Kargil, where the festivities and the commemoration of the 26th Kargil Vijay Diwas are underway with extreme respect for our soldiers who have laid down their lives protecting their motherland and the sacrifices that they had to pay for our behalf to protect our land and territorial sovereignty. It is also an important day to mark the victory of India in a major war against Pakistan. Kargil Vijay Diwas continues to remain etched in the memory of every Indian, and how our brave soldiers braved the peaks of the Himalayas and the valleys together to defend every inch of India's land. There's also a lot of breaking news updates and reports that Republic is bringing you live from Kargil. Let's take a look at what's the mood on Ground Zero.
As India commemorates Kargil Vijay Diwas, the rugged terrains of Dras, once a battleground of the 1999 Kargil War, are undergoing remarkable transformation. Along the Srinagar-Leh highway, a corridor that bore witness to the bravery of Indian soldiers, a vibrant infrastructural boom is reshaping the region's landscape. Extensive road widening and leveling projects are carving smoother, safer paths through towering Himalayas.
Government of India is pushing infrastructural development in the border belt in Jammu and Kashmir, and now this Ladakh has turned a UT with the result. Central funds have also reached, which have been a boost for the infrastructural development. As my video for those is showing you the visuals of the construction. This is one of the Zojila tunnels out where you see the construction work is going on, and once this tunnel is completed, it will connect Gagangir, Sonmarg's Gagangir with Dras, and it is going to be only 40 minutes journey, which earlier would take hours. And the kind of telecommunication, the towers that has been established, that tells you that yes, you are connected with your loved ones, because earlier the connection was not there, the telecommunication was not there, the roads were not there, the tunnels, but now you see everything is there when we talk about the infrastructural push.
Modern tunnels are reducing travel time and enhancing connectivity, ensuring that the harsh winters no longer isolate Dras and its surrounding areas. Checkpoints and surveillance systems have been bolstered, offering safety to residents and tourists. In an exclusive conversation with Republic, Barkat Ali Nizami, who served during the Kargil War as the Naib Tehsildar of Dras, recounted harrowing details. He said that the Dras once coldest inhabited region became a fiery battleground.
13 मई को मेरी पोस्टिंग यहाँ हो गई और 13 मई को यहाँ से क्रॉस फायरिंग हो गई पाकिस्तान की तरफ से। ये जो सामने आपको पहाड़ नज़र आता है, ये तोलोलिंग से यहाँ से फायरिंग हो गई, टाइगर हिल से फायरिंग हो गई। हमारी ड्यूटी यहाँ द्रास में थी, नीचे ये जो द्रास आपको नज़र आ रहा है, यहाँ मेरी ड्यूटी थी। इमीडिएटली हमें फिर लोगों को बचाने के लिए सेफर प्लेसेस में लेना पड़ा मुझे यहाँ से। न कोई रात थी, न दिन था शेलिंग का, न सुबह थी, न शाम था। बस क्या कहूँ आपको, ऐसी शेलिंग खैर हमने अपनी लाइफ में तो नहीं देखी, और खुदा ना दिखाए किसी को भी यहाँ जान का ख़तरा हो, तो ये बड़ी कोई आसान चीज़ नहीं थी। कम से कम 10,000 गोले इस द्रास में गिरे होंगे। मैं सिर्फ
जहाँ बैठे
द्रास मीन्स कि आपको मुश्कू मटाइन से लेकर खरबू तक ये सारा एरिया जो है, ये कम से कम कोई 30 किलोमीटर का एरिया है लंबाई में, तो इसमें कम से कम 10,000 गोले पाकिस्तान के गिरे।
Mohammad Yusuf Lone recounted chilling episode from the war. When the army captured Tooling, they uncovered a temporary shelter where they discovered a man who identified himself as Major Anwar of Pakistan Army.
वो जो हरा सा घास है, लाल की पहाड़ी के साथ ऊपर घास है, वहाँ से रास्ता बना हुआ था इस जम्बड़ वाली पहाड़ी में। इस पहाड़ी में जो है वजन लेके 2 आदमी जा रहे थे। आधा घंटे के बाद फिर 2 आदमी जा रहे हैं। फिर उसने बोला यार मैंने पता क्या कल पेट्रोलिंग हेलीकॉप्टर ने करके आई, बोलते हैं झूठ है। दूसरे दिन खबर मिली जी, फौज आई नीचे बियम्बर में आके जो बियम्बर वालों से सिगरेट लेके चले गए, मैगी लेके गए।
अच्छा, ये पाकिस्तान के लोग थे।
The Kargil War was not just a military operation, It was a testament to the unwavering spirit of our armed forces.
Well, that's the detailed report on Ground Zero in Kargil. I'm also being joined on this broadcast by my colleagues Zeenat and Rakshita from Ladakh and Dras respectively. Coming to you, Rakshita, first, where you are in Ladakh at the moment. What's the moment like right now as we are just hours away from commemorating the 26th Kargil Vijay Diwas?
Well, the rehearsals have already begun. I don't know if you can hear it in the background. You can hear the band, and this is the war memorial. If you can just pan this camera, and you can see the beautiful tricolor every day. And this time, of course, it's even more special because we're going to have a special tribute that will be paid in just a while from now. We see the members of the Indian Army and all the representatives. They're all, they're preparing for the event in just a while from now. There's going to be a multi-faith prayer. There are going to be dignitaries, special guests, officers who will be part of this. There will be, of course, special show over here as well, paying tribute to our martyrs. And as we see that the band is still rehearsing for their performance, there will be a classical musical performance just like last year as well. And there will be, of course, important projects that will be launched, like a QR-based app that will be telling the stories, audio stories of our Jawans, because these are stories, that needs to be told time and again, especially in times like these, today's times when we are still fighting the enemy, fighting the same enemy that we fought 26 years back. We conquered them right then, and we are conquering them now. And of course, we will be showing, we will be getting the reactions of the martyrs' families as well. We spoke to some of them in the afternoon also, and the war veterans who still remember those times. And of course, they spoke of what they said. Their story speaks volumes about the valor and the unique spirit of our Jawans, right from, throughout the ranks. All our Jawans, they've made selfless contributions to this Kargil war. And this is a memorial for the same. And every year, it's a commemoration. We celebrate the spirit, and we do not forget the sacrifices that they have made and how they have shown. It was a very difficult battle. We have to understand, given the terrain, given those peaks, the high altitude, and the kind of warfare that was present back then. There were no drones. There was less of technology that was being used, and despite that, we conquered we conquered the enemy, and we continue to do so now in modern times with modern warfare. Having said that, yes, these are celebrations that are going on for 48 hours. Today is also a very, very special evening, and tomorrow morning also there is going to be a very, very special event. Chief guest will be the Chief of Defence Staff, General Anil Chauhan, who will be gracing the event. And of course, speaking about the Kargil war, and of course there will be also the highlights will be presented about how India is pushing for Atmanirbharta in defense, about the new age weapons that our military forces, our armed forces are in possession of, and how they, of course, enrich our armor. We also have my colleague Zeenat, who is also joining us from Dras and Kargil. Zeenat, we have been covering several aspects of this year's commemoration of the Kargil Diwas. And it is very interesting today when we talk about Operation Sindur. We've covered Operation Sindur as well. But it's very important, Zeenat, to understand the challenges back then and to learn the lessons from 1999, and also salute the supreme sacrifice that has been made by our Jawans during Operation Vijay. One of the stories that will always remain throughout the years. For 26 years it has been remembered, and for the coming generations also it remains very much important and significant.
Rakshita, you have picked up a point that yes, after this Kargil war, things have definitely changed in the Kargil, Batalek, Dras, Mashku sector. I'm reporting from the Kargil, and this is one of the important sectors where this battle was fought. This was one of the main highways. If my VJ can show you that this is the highway which Pakistan intruders and the Pakistan military, Pakistan terrorists tried to disrupt, but now you see everything has been fortified. And also we are seeing an infrastructure boom. In fact, had this Kargil not happened, there wouldn't have been a push towards the border development. The border development has taken a front seat. Now it has become a driven force for the government of India, where earlier the post would go vacant during the winter months when the temperature would turn sub-zero, but now those posts are being monitored 24 into 7. There is a technology that monitor them, and also now the posts are not left vacant because Pakistan had taken an advantage of those posts that were left vacant, and they have taken over. And also they were maintaining the heights, which was one of the important and a big challenge for the Indian Army who were posted here to mobilize their troops, to mobilize their equipment, the logistics and everything. Even the enemy was keeping an eye on everything. But now we see that not only the border infrastructure development has changed, the Kargil brass battalion, definitely the one who has covered the Kargil War and the one who is coming now, and now definitely such persons do see the change on ground, because then we see the empowerment, local level empowerment has also been made by the Indian Army through different ways. And definitely the kind of infrastructure boost that Indian Army has got as far as the forward post is concerned, forward locations are concerned, the kind of arms and ammunition, the weapon technology, even the kind of drones, as we have today also witnessed one of the drone shows that tells you that despite the foot soldiers on the ground or on these peaks, their surveillance is there, and the projects that were taken up by the Indian Army, by the defense, that have given a push to Made in India, which is one of the initiative that was launched by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. As far as the Kargil battle is concerned, as you are speaking from the foothill at where this solo link at the foothill of this war memorial is located, that was one of the peaks which was captured, and then the turning point for the India to show their diplomatic win was the Tiger Hill, where which was recaptured by Captain Batra, who also recaptured 4785, where the slogan was Dil Mange More. And from Dras to Kargil to Batalik sector, this has witnessed the n number of shells. The place where from I am reporting every day around 80 to 100 mortar shells this place has witnessed. So you imagine the kind of forces that have witnessed by the president, because the life in Kargil, the locals were completely disturbed, they were distracted, and they were also dislocated. In fact, the economy of the Ladakh, which is usually depend on the agriculture sector, got completely disturbed. But yes, people and also the Ladakh scouts, let's not forget the contributions that was made by the Ladakh scouts, because they were quite familiar with this area, that has given army a booster shot, because they were well versed with how to navigate through the terrain, how to navigate through the rivers, and how to help the soldiers to reach to the top in order to take and recapture those heights which were captured earlier by the Pakistan army.
Absolutely. And in fact, we also have Defence Expert Major General Rajan Kochar joining us on the broadcast. General Kochar, well, it's of course beautiful to hear the stories. As much, it can be heart-wrenching when we talk to the families, of course, of those who made the supreme sacrifice. But, for the youth, for everybody who was not there, but when they hear the stories, it is so touching. It's beyond touching. It's something that everybody is awestruck. And, sir, this is something that shows that why the Indian forces are second to none, sir. And till today, we continue to prove that if the Indian Army, in the Indian Defence Forces are given full control, if they are given the full power and full freedom, it actually goes on to show that what they can do.
And I absolutely agree with you. And it's now 26 years, and we remember this battle of Kargil. And it is actually etched in the military history annals of India as one of the most courageous, finest battles ever fought. Why it was so difficult was that the enemy was already entrenched into his defensive positions, almost 15,000 to 18,000 feet high. And our soldiers had to move all along and capture those ridge lines. So it was a very difficult operation, I would say. And I must compliment the young leadership of the Indian Army who made it possible for us to capture all these heights at the cost of their own lives, because it was like a suicidal operation. And the a great compliment I would like here to give to the Indian artillery also, the Bofors gun. The much talked about Bofors gun was our savior in Kargil, because we were able to use this gun in a direct firing role. Now to talk about the tremendous battles, Tiger Hill, Tololong top, 0.4875, 0.5140, and the heroics. And this is where the mettle of the Indian Army soldier actually comes into play. When you are given impossible tasks to accomplish, you have a smile on your face and you say, Dil mange more. So this is the spirit of the Indian soldier, and I would like to tell the nation to always respect the Indian soldier, his spirit. Wherever he is traveling by train, or he's standing in a line or a queue for sort of any of those things, we must respect our Indian soldiers, because he's the one selflessly on such high altitudes. Even today, if you see in Ladakh, we have more than 60,000 troops deployed there, and you see this kind of climate, they are performing their duties. And you rightly said about Atmanirbhar Bharat. Today I reflect, because in the Kargil war, I was a lieutenant colonel at that point of time, and I was actually serving the army. And today, once I have retired, when I reflect on that journey of 26 years, and when I make a comparison between Operation Sindur and the Kargil conflict, I think we have gone miles ahead. Today, the kind of drones you mentioned, the technology we have, the missiles we have, the air defense systems we have, and the surveillance systems we have. One of those problems in Kargil was that it was an intelligence failure, and we didn't have that kind of surveillance system available with us, and especially
yes,
the
sir.
electronic.
General Kosher, very rightly put, very rightly pointed out that. Thank you so much, General Kosher, for joining us on Public TV. We'll in fact go close to live visuals coming in from all these videos. Take a look. All right, we have visuals coming in from Maldives. The Prime Minister is on the visit to Maldives, and this is the delegation level meeting that is going on right now. We're getting live shots of Prime Minister Modi and the delegation that is meeting, the Maldivian and delegation, of course, very important. Maldives visit, of course, diplomatically, strategically. This is of utmost importance. Krutar joins us live in the broadcast from the newsroom. Krutar, after meeting President Muizu, we had the delegation level talk. What's on the agenda? Because we have to understand that this is a very important visit strategically.
Indeed, Rakshita, and this is a very important bilateral meeting that is taking place, and it's a new chapter being written in the Indo-Pacific national security entire matrix that is there. India and Maldives, in the last 4 years, we have gained tremendous amount of trade, surging from $300 million in 2021 to more than $550 million over the last 3 years. So, in fact, under President Muizu as well, this is the third meeting that Prime Minister Modi is holding with him since he came into office, from his swearing in to his state visit last November, and now Prime Minister's first official state visit to Maldives this year. It's a big breaking development that is happening between India and Maldives ties. Some would even say that it's a watershed moment. That's the big breaking development, ladies and gentlemen, coming in from Maldives. Key bilateral meetings underway between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Muizu. Prime Minister Modi, of course, flanked by National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and Minister of External Affairs Dr. S. Jaishankar, along with the Foreign Secretary there and top diplomats on the table. Both India and Maldives discussing the next steps in this bilateral relationship. We'll bring you more details on this key bilateral meeting underway in Male as President Muizu holds key bilateral meetings with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back after a very short break. Stay tuned for more updates.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Frame. Very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching live coverage from Dras in Kargil. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. And the preparations for the Shaurya Sandhya at the Kargil War Memorial has begun. As you can see right behind me is that the tricolour tribute to the martyrs will be paid here of the Operation Vijay. And the band, of course, rehearsals were just underway a while back. You can see the seating arrangements have been made. The security checks will be starting in just a while from now. There will be several dignitaries who will be in attendance along with media personnel. And this is, of course, a beautiful memorial of all the guns that were used. And this is the howitzer, as you can see, and many other the artillery that was part of the Kargil War, the Operation Vijay, have been put on display here. The models have been put on display here. These are if you walk down this beautiful pathway, you can see that there are busts of those who made the supreme sacrifice, from Captain Vikram Batra to Captain Anuj Nair. They were all very young. We have to remember, in the Operation Vijay, the most number of those who made supreme sacrifices were very, very young. And that's why their josh was very, very high. And their their heart always demanded more and more and more. That's why Captain Vikram Batra said, "Dil mange more." As we speak, we can also see those battle peaks also from here. This is surrounded by several of the battle peaks, and we will get you more updates as to the preparations that are going on and what all is expected this evening, as this is just the beginning. This is the countdown to the Shaurya Sandhya. Let's take a look at the headlines first. Impeachment motion against Justice Verma admitted in the Lok Sabha.
पार्लियामेंट शुरू होते ही हमने सरकार की ओर से साफ शब्दों में कहा कि हम चर्चा के लिए तैयार हैं। बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी में हमने बात रखी कि हम ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार हैं।
Union Minister Kargil Vijay Diwas sets the record straight, says the government ready to have debate on Operation Sindur. Opposition must let Parliament function. MOD inks 2,000 crore rupee contract with BEL for air defence fire control radars for the Indian Army.
तो जो कहा जा रहा है कि इसको लेकर क्या कहें, क्या मैच भारत पाकिस्तान के इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए? ऐसा इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए मैच?
Republic launches mega campaign to boycott India-Pakistan Asia Cup clash. Nation says terror and cricket cannot go hand in hand. Centre cracks down on OTT soft porn. In a major cleanup, government bans 25 OTT websites. Sanjay Kapoor's mother questions circumstances of her son's death, alleges coercion, seeks meeting deferment. Prime Minister Modi receives grand ceremonial welcome in Maldives, key bilateral scheduled for President Modi-Muizu. And two-day Kargil Vijay Diwas celebrations begin. Heroes of Operation Vijay to be honoured. Viewers, we start with news coming in from on the Asia Cup. Remember, Republic's stand has been very clear. No play with Pakistan, no cricket, no sport with Pakistan. And now what we are learning is that, in fact, Pakistan continues to harbour terrorists, and India should not be offering them the honour of a cricket field. Republic now leads a nationwide campaign. Viewers, say no to India versus Pakistan because terror and cricket cannot go hand in hand. The question is simple. Will we stand for our nation or will we play ball with a terror state? The countdown for the Asia Cup has begun, viewers. Republic's clear and uncompromising stand stays, and we are saying it out loud and clear that no cricket should happen with Pakistan. Now, what's happening, viewers, is that the Asia Cup is set to happen in a neutral venue, but India and Pakistan will play a match. Remember, there was a World Championship of League that was also under scanner, and after Republic broke that story, and we of course we raised questions that why should Indian so-called legends be playing with Pakistan. The match was cancelled. However, this is an Asia Cup event. This is not even ICC. This is an Asia Cup event that comes under the Asian Cricket Council. And as per the schedule, India and Pakistan match will go on. And what Republic TV is saying is that we should not be playing with Pakistan. So join the campaign, viewers. Join Republic's campaign and say no to Pakistan. In fact, my colleague Ganesh has confronted Rajiv Shukla, who's the interim chief of the BCCI, on this match. Listen in.
ठीक है, तो जो कहा जा रहा है कि इसको लेकर क्या कहें, क्या मैच भारत पाकिस्तान के इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए, ऐसा इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए मैच। ठीक है, तो जो कहा जा रहा है कि इसको लेकर क्या कहें, क्या मैच भारत पाकिस्तान के इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए, ऐसा इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए मैच। ठीक है, तो जो कहा जा रहा है कि इसको लेकर क्या कहें, क्या मैच भारत पाकिस्तान के इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए, ऐसा इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए मैच। ठीक है, तो जो कहा जा रहा है कि इसको लेकर क्या कहें, क्या मैच भारत पाकिस्तान के इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए, ऐसा इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए मैच। ठीक है, तो जो कहा जा रहा है कि इसको लेकर क्या कहें, क्या मैच भारत पाकिस्तान के इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए, ऐसा इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए मैच। ठीक है, तो जो कहा जा रहा है कि इसको लेकर क्या कहें, क्या मैच भारत पाकिस्तान के इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए, ऐसा इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए मैच। ठीक है, तो जो कहा जा रहा है कि इसको लेकर क्या कहें, क्या मैच भारत पाकिस्तान के इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए, ऐसा इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए मैच। ठीक है, तो जो कहा जा रहा है कि इसको लेकर क्या कहें, क्या मैच भारत पाकिस्तान के इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए, ऐसा इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए मैच।
And we have a caller joining us right now. Lalita joins us right now from Mumbai. Lalita, we continue to fight the enemy, and that is the terror state of Pakistan. What happened in Pahalgam cannot be forgotten, and Republic has launched this campaign, Lalita, of saying no to Pakistan, that India should not play the match against Pakistan in the Asia Cup. Your thoughts on that?
We definitely should not play with the enemy. We should not felicitate them. And BCCI should definitely not host this match. That's my opinion.
Right, Lalita, thanks so much. In fact, so viewers, we are getting more and more calls, and you can also call in with the number flashing on your screens, because it should be a nationwide movement, viewers. Republic TV has taken this initiative, but we want the support. We need, as a nation, to unite for this campaign, because it is for the nation. This is for the nation, and we are speaking for the nation. We're speaking for our martyrs. We're speaking for those innocent lives who have been lost the hands of the enemy, that India continues to fight. And that enemy, the team from that terror state, cannot be welcomed in any way, cannot be engaged in any way, and not at all for a sport, not at all for a match. And Republic's campaign, Say No to Pakistan, is what we are right now moving with. And remember, viewers, Pakistan could be, the report suggests, could be grouped together with India in the Asia Cup 2025. Rajan joins us on the broadcast for more. Rajan, tell us more from Bengaluru. Rajan calls us. Please go ahead with your views.
From Operation Sindur, which is still, by the way, active. Operation Sindur is not over yet. The BCCI guys and the ICC fellows are doing Operation Sin, S-I-N, Sin. Have we forgotten the images of the women crying at Pahalgam when their husbands are shot dead? What kind of vultures are there who are running after money and sponsorships? An India-Pakistan match is, of course, high tension, high emotion, etc. But there is no time to do that. We should, in fact, not even participate in the tournament as a protest if Pakistan plays. Forget about playing with Pakistan. If Pakistan is playing, we should not even play this same series. On one hand, we say that there are the leftists and the Congis who are supporting Pakistan. And on the other hand, we send members from the opposition parties on all over the world to campaign against Pakistan. And here we are happily agreeing to match with Pakistan. It's ridiculous. It doesn't make any bloody sense at all. Just money-hungry vultures, actually.
Well, thank you so much for sharing your very strong and unplugged views there. I think we have Colonel Sudarshan Singh. Do we have Colonel Sudarshan Singh from Chandigarh? Retired Colonel Sudarshan Singh from Chandigarh, sir. All right, the line is disconnected. It seems we are getting more and more callers. Might be some problem with with connecting with the network there. But this is, of course, the sentiment that is palpable across the country. There are people from the length and breadth of the country who are voicing out their thoughts. Rima is joining us from Kolkata now. Rima Bose from Kolkata, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I also come from a background of army, and I want to tell to each and every citizen of India that we stand by the Pahalgam people, we stand by the army, we stand by the government, and we are certainly not going to go and play with a terrorist country, no matter whatever be the game, whether it's cricket, whether it's squash or any other sport. I cannot be playing cricket and games on one side with my enemy people, and whereas my innocent brothers and sisters and children are being killed. Certainly not. So we are totally against the BCCI's decision if they agree to play with Pakistan. Thank you.
Right. Rima, thank you so much for joining us. Geeta Reddy joins us next from Hyderabad. Geeta, tell us more. What do you think? How do you see this this development that India and Pakistan might play in the Asia Cup, and Republic is campaigning that say no to Pakistan, point blank period?
Hi, good evening, ma'am. This is really not accepted at all. We will not accept.
Yes. Right. I think we have just that line just got dropped. But Geeta Reddy, of course, was very clear in the limited words that we could hear that this is completely unacceptable, viewers. And today where I stand is the Kargil War Memorial. We continue to remember the sacrifices of our valorous forces, the brave hearts, and also in Operation Sindur we continue to celebrate what our forces did. But we cannot forget what the enemy state has done, and that is why we are running this campaign, viewers. Meanwhile, we shift our focus to the other stories that we are tracking right now. We will continue to get you more updates on this development on OTTs. Now, the government has cracked down on at least 25 of the OTT apps that were promoting soft porn. In fact, now Congress MP Rajiv Shukla, who is also interim BCCI president, slammed the government over ban on OTTs. He says we are against the way freedom of expression is being attacked, and websites and YouTube channels opposing the government are being banned. This is wrong, they say. He says. So Rajiv Shukla is raising questions on why the government cracked down on those apps promoting obscenity, on soft porn. Listen to Mr. Shukla.
ऑब्सीन वल्गर कोई चीज हो तो उस पर रोक के आप उपाय कीजिए, लेकिन फ्रीडम ऑफ एक्सप्रेशन पे जिस तरह से हमला होता है कि जो सरकार का विरोध कर रहा हो उसको जो बंद कर देते हैं, इस तरह के मतलब यह है कि वो चाहे वेबसाइट हो और चाहे वो यूट्यूब चैनल हो, वो गलत है, उसका हम विरोध कर रहे हैं। ऑब्सीन वल्गर कोई चीज हो तो उस पर रोक के आप उपाय कीजिए, लेकिन फ्रीडम ऑफ एक्सप्रेशन पे जिस तरह से हमला होता है कि जो सरकार का विरोध कर रहा हो उसको जो बंद कर देते हैं, इस तरह के मतलब यह है कि वो चाहे वेबसाइट हो और चाहे वो यूट्यूब चैनल हो, वो गलत है, उसका हम विरोध कर रहे हैं।
सरकार का निर्णय संस्कृति को लेके, भारत को लेके ज़रूरी था। जहां पे ऐसे ओटीटी जो लाइसेंस्ड हैं, अनलाइसेंस्ड हैं, वो सॉफ्ट पॉर्न बना रहे हैं या गलत फिल्में बना रहे हैं या गलत फिल्मों को प्रदर्शित कर रहे हैं, उस पर ये सरकार ने निर्णय लिया है। और ये पूरे देश की जनता का एक संदेशा था हमेशा सरकार को कि सरकार, और वो ट्वीट पे एक्स के माध्यम से बता रहे थे, तो निर्णय स्वागत योग्य है। और ये सोच समझ के आप इंटरटेनमेंट पेश करें, लेकिन इंटरटेनमेंट की एक परिभाषा, एक उसकी एक लक्ष्मण रेखा होती है, और उस पर ही निर्णय है। और इससे चीज़ें संतुलित होंगी। लोग इंटरटेनमेंट में अपनी मर्यादाओं को, परिवार को, भारत की संस्कृति को, भारत के विचारधाराओं को याद रख के बनाएंगे।
कि जो खासकर जिस तरह से जो ऐप जो इलीगल हैं उनके प्रति, उनके अगेंस्ट जो ये स्टेप लिया गया है, इट इज़ अप्रिशिएटेड।
Yes. We have some breaking news coming in right now. According to sources from the army, there's an encounter that's happened along the line of control in Krishna Ghati sector, and one Indian army jawan has been martyred in Poonch along the line of control. 2 army jawans injured in this explosion. An anti-personnel mine exploded in the forward area of LOC in Krishna Ghati sector, resulting in injuries to 3 army jawans. At least 3 of them have suffered injuries. 1 has succumbed. That's what we know as per our sources in the army. So that's the breaking news we have from the Krishna Ghati sector of Jammu along the line of control. So the enemy continues to provoke. The enemy continues to attack. Gursimran Singh joins us live in the broadcast from Jammu. Gursimran, tell us more about this encounter and this explosion.
See, this explosion has taken place in the forward area of the Krishna Ghati sector in the Salotri area, and now Indian Army has come out with a statement in which Indian Army has said that Agniveer Lalit Kumar has made the supreme sacrifice while he was on a patrolling duty and stepped onto a mine that was placed as part of the India's anti-infiltration grade. 2 of the other army personnel have been injured, that include an Naib Subedar and a Havaldar. They have been injured and referred to the nearby medical facility wherein they are being treated and are said to be out of danger. This afternoon, an explosion was reported when the troops of the Indian Army, they were conducting the patrolling in the forward area of Salotri. It was close to the post of the Indian Army, and all of a sudden one of the army personnel, they stepped onto this mine that was placed there, and then a massive explosion took place in which 3 of the army personnel got injured. But unfortunately, while rescuing and being taken to the hospital, Agniveer Lalit Kumar of the 7th Jat Regiment, he succumbed to the injuries, and now we are being told that all the medical and the legal formalities are being performed by the Indian Army with assistance from the Jammu and Kashmir police, and the mortal remains of this braveheart will be sent back to his native village tomorrow morning. And 2 others, those who have been injured in this blast that has taken place, the explosion of the anti-personnel mine that has taken place, are being treated at the medical facility. Rakshita.
Gursimran Singh, thanks so much for joining us with those details coming in, viewers. In fact, we have some more news from Jammu and Kashmir that we are receiving right now. There was an important meeting that has been scheduled today. Lieutenant General Rajiv Ghai, Deputy Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Rajiv Ghai, and Director General Military Operations, the DGMO, called on Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha today and discussed the prevailing security scenario in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. So that's the breaking news we have right now. So Gursimran continues to be with us. Gursimran, well, we understand that the operations are still on, and this meeting, of course, is also putting the lens on the current situation. What has been on the agenda? Any inputs that have been received, and what has been discussed?
Rakshita, in other words, we can say that one of the brains behind the Operation Sindur has met the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha, because Lieutenant General Rajiv Ghai, who is presently the Director General of the Military Operations as well as the Deputy Chief of the Army Staff Strategies, he's the one who has played an instrumental role in the Operation Sindur. And since the Operation Sindur, the majority of the targets that were taken by the Indian Army, these terrorist targets, not the military targets, but the terrorist targets, on the 6th and 7th of the May night, they were taken from Jammu and Kashmir. Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha was well aware of the actions being taken by the Indian Army, and now, as a courtesy call, because he is in Jammu and Kashmir, tomorrow he is believed to be attending the Kargil Vijay Diwas in Dras, and now he was in Srinagar. He called upon the Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha, in which the prevailing security scenario has been discussed, that ranges from the preparedness of the Indian Army to the threats that are being imposed or being posed by the adversary from external side. Because see, Lieutenant Governor being head of the state, he was also briefed not only by the military but also by the Jammu and Kashmir police and the sister intelligence agencies. So what are the inputs by the Indian Army? And the DGMO is well aware of the preparedness of the Indian Army for any contingency, because today only it was the Chief of Defence Staff, General Anil Chauhan, who went on to say that the Operation Sindur continues. That means the preparedness of the Indian Armed Forces are not coming to an end but is increasing with each passing day to any of the threat being imposed by the adversary. And Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha was briefed by the DGMO with regards to the strategy and the planning of the Indian Army today during their meeting that has taken place in Srinagar.
Right, Gursimran Singh, thanks so much for joining us with that important update from Srinagar. Viewers, we will continue to keep a close eye on the developments, but it's time to take a quick look at how the preparations for the Kargil Vijay Diwas are going on. Of course, it's a 2-day celebration, and Republic TV continues to report from Dras. A look at celebrations from other spots. Ahead of the Kargil Vijay Diwas celebration, preparations are in full swing at the Kargil War Memorial in Dras. Memorial stands as a tribute to the valiant soldiers who laid down their lives in the line of duty in 1999 Kargil War, and it has been tacked up for commemorative events. Families of army personnel who lost their life in a line of action during Kargil War in 1999 gathered at Lamachan Viewpoint in Dras to pay tribute to the heroes of the war. A solemn and emotionally resonant event was held at the Lamachan Point in Dras as part of the commemoration. The ceremony began with the hoisting of the national flag in the presence of Major General Hitesh Bhalla, General Officer commanding 14 Corps, who served as the chief guest. He honoured the next of kin of Kargil martyrs who have borne the ultimate sacrifice for the nation. A powerful display of modern warfare capabilities was also held at Dras. Indian Army organized various programs to honour the heroes of Operation Vijay during the Kargil Vijay Diwas. In a major boost to India's defence capabilities, the DRDO today successfully carried out the flight trials of the UAV launched precision guided missile ULPGM V3 in the National Open Area Range, text range in Kurnool in Andhra Pradesh. Take a listen to what Rajnath Singh has said. In fact, he congratulated the DRDO and the industry partners, DCPPs, MSMEs and startups for the development and the successful trials of the system. So, of course, viewers, this is the flight trial of the UAV launched precision guided missile. And, of course, the success of the trial again proves that the Indian industry is ready to absorb and produce critical defence technology. Right, time for a short break, viewers, but on the other side, more stories to follow. Impeachment motion against Justice Verma has been admitted in the Lok Sabha. And Sanjay Kapoor's mother questions circumstances of her son's death, alleges coercion, seeks meeting deferment. We'll get you more on this other side.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
आपका जो अभी जो ओहदा है, it is a self-fought position, Anupam ji. What I like about you, the reason I admire you is because you're a one-man industry. A lot of industry people don't like you. A lot of groups don't like you. They cannot come and say that he doesn't deserve what he is getting.
मेरा और मेरे फादर का एक बड़ा अच्छा किस्सा था. Art slowed down and I was doing less films. तो उन्होंने मुझसे ऐसी खिड़की से बाहर देखते देखते बोला, अनुपम you are not doing many films बेटा, ऐसा क्यों है? मैंने उनसे कहा कि no dad I'm not in the rat race. तो उन्होंने बिना मेरी तरफ मुड़े बोला, oh you have left the race for the rats. तो आई थिंक बड़ा मुश्किल है सबको खुश करना. देखिए दुख तो होता है, तकलीफ तो होती है कि यार मैं कहता हूँ मैंने किसी का कुछ, पर फिर मैंने इस बारे में सोचना ही बंद कर दिया क्योंकि काम जो है ना बेस्ट लेवलाइजर है. काम से इतनी सेटिस्फेक्शन मिलती है, इसलिए रिटायर होने का सोच ही नहीं सकता.
I think बड़ा मुश्किल है सबको खुश करना. देखिए दुख तो होता है, तकलीफ तो होती है कि यार मैं कहता हूँ मैंने किसी का कुछ, पर फिर मैंने इस बारे में सोचना ही बंद कर दिया क्योंकि काम जो है ना बेस्ट लेवलाइजर है. काम से इतनी सेटिस्फेक्शन मिलती है, इसलिए रिटायर होने का सोच ही नहीं सकता.
मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH। भारत के इतने लेजेंडरी एक्टर फिर से एक तरह से रिस्क क्यों ले रहे हैं?
ओशो की एक बड़ी अच्छी लाइन है जी, इफ यू ट्राई यू रिस्क फेलियर, इफ यू डोंट यू एंश्योर इट। मैं हमेशा मानता हूँ वो जीवन ही क्या जो संघर्षमय ना, संघर्षमय होने से ही तो अपने जिंदा होने का एहसास होता है।
Impeachment motion against Justice Verma admitted in Lok Sabha.
पार्लियामेंट शुरू होते ही हमने सरकार की ओर से साफ शब्दों में कहा कि हम चर्चा के लिए तैयार हैं। विजिलेंस एडवाइजरी कमेटी में हमने बात रखी कि हम ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार हैं।
Kiran Rijiju says the record straight, says government ready to have debate on Operation Sindur. The opposition must let the parliament function. MOD inks 2,000 crore rupee deal contract with BEL for air defence fire control radar for the Indian Army.
आ जा रहा है कि इसको लेकर क्या कहें? क्या मैच भारत पाकिस्तान के इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए? ऐसा इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए मैच।
Republic launches mega campaign to boycott India-Pakistan Asia Cup clash. Nation says terror and cricket cannot go hand in hand. Centre cracks down OTT soft porn in a major clean-up. Government bans 25 OTT websites. Sanjay Kapoor's mother questions circumstances of son's death, alleges coercion, seeks meeting deferment. Prime Minister holds a bilateral meet with Maldives President Modi-Muizu. And two-day Kargil Vijay Diwas celebrations set to begin today. Heroes of Operation Vijay to be honoured. Republic TV reporting live from Dras from the Kargil War Memorial, viewers, and the countdown to the Shaurya Sandhya has begun. The rehearsals are underway and we are right now at the Veer Bhumi at the Kargil War Memorial. You can see the names of those who made the supreme sacrifice have been engraved. They have been commemorated, they are remembered, their battalions, their regiments, everything, along with the tricolour. They've all been here every year homage is paid to those who made the supreme sacrifice, and of course the victorious moment, how the tricolor was unfurled at those peaks that the Indian Armed Forces conquered, viewers. And as we continue to track the preparations and the ceremony that will be underway soon, there's an important update coming in. Now, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has spoken on the demand raised by the opposition on Operation Sindur. Now, Rajnath Singh has said that the government is ready to discuss on Operation Sindur, but there should be no disruption in the parliament. In fact, Rajnath Singh has said that he will initiate the discussion on Operation Sindur in Lok Sabha, and other ministers participating in the discussion include Home Minister Amit Shah, Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar as well. And BJP MPs Anurag Thakur and Nishikant Dubey will also take part. This is going to happen on Monday, viewers, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be expected to intervene in this debate, in this discussion on Operation Sindur that has been demanded by the opposition parties. In fact, Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju has also spoken on that. Take a listen in.
पहलगाम में आतंकवादी हमला और ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को लेकर के पार्लियामेंट में चर्चा होनी चाहिए। पार्लियामेंट शुरू होते ही हमने सरकार की ओर से साफ शब्दों में कहा कि हम चर्चा के लिए तैयार हैं। पहले दिन हमने बिजनेस लेके आए और साथ साथ में बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी में हमने बात रखी कि हम ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार हैं, लेकिन विपक्ष की ओर से पहले दिन से हंगामा शुरू कर दिया और नियम के विरुद्ध तकिया लेकर के, पोस्टर बैनर लेकर के संसद के अंदर और संसद के बाहर प्रदर्शन किया और सदन को चलने नहीं दिया। पहलगाम में आतंकवादी हमला और ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को लेकर के पार्लियामेंट में चर्चा होनी चाहिए। पार्लियामेंट शुरू होते ही हमने सरकार की ओर से साफ शब्दों में कहा कि हम चर्चा के लिए तैयार हैं। पहले दिन हमने बिजनेस लेके आए और साथ साथ में बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी में हमने बात रखी कि हम ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार हैं, लेकिन विपक्ष की ओर से पहले दिन से हंगामा शुरू कर दिया और नियम के विरुद्ध तकिया लेकर के, पोस्टर बैनर लेकर के संसद के अंदर और संसद के बाहर प्रदर्शन किया और सदन को चलने नहीं दिया।
All right, we have some more news coming in. This is with regards to the shocking death of business tycoon Sanjay Kapoor. Now, Sanjay Kapoor's mother has made some serious allegations. She has alleged foul play. She has raised questions on the suspicious circumstances of her son's death. Now, remember, this news broke so just a few weeks ago as far as Sanjay Kapoor's death is concerned, and it was reported that Sanjay Kapoor died in June while playing polo in London. Now, Rani Kapoor, his mother, has claimed that she was coerced into signing certain documents following her son's death. She has also demanded that the annual general meeting of the Sona Group, scheduled for today, be cancelled and that no new director be appointed. Republic has had an exclusive conversation with Sanjay Kapoor's mother, Rani Kapoor's lawyer. Take a listen in, viewers.
Being the custodian of all of that and being the head of the family and the Sona Group today writes this letter. Obviously, it was not easy for her to do it. She's grieving the loss of her son. And what she said in the letter is startling, right? She has said that she genuinely believes that this is not a case of a freak accident or just a natural death. And for her to come to this kind of a conclusion where she wants this investigated threadbare and come to the truth of the matter. There are events which led up to the death and which have unfolded post the sad demise, which has got her to believe this. So I think first and foremost, we need to give that due regard to saying, who is it that who's writing this? She has no monetary interest as such. She's really looking at ensuring that the family and the legacy that's been built by her late husband, carried forward by her late son now, is intact, remains within the family, and everyone's interests are protected. Within this letter, however, she has also said that immediately after the death, while in mourning, and as more details are coming out, she was made to sign papers in rather suspicious circumstances. She has also said that she's not being given access to documents, to information, with the companies involved, with the legacy. She's not even being allowed to access her bank accounts. In these circumstances, she's written to the board of directors and the shareholders, where she's requested that the meeting today, which is being held, as I understand, be deferred by at least 2 weeks. So, and that the company cooperate with her so that she can access all details and then present all the facts and make a reasoned decision as to how the family legacy should be taken forward. Who should be the representative of the family? It should not, according to her, be someone or anyone without her tacit consent. And that's what she's requested the board and the shareholders.
Right, that she was made to sign a lot of documents under duress. Can you please clarify what kind of documents, what was the nature of the documents?
So she, again, what she stated in the letter is she's not even been made aware of the contents of the documents. She's been asking, what have you made me sign? Send me copies of the same. She's written in the past to say, please don't act upon anything that is purportedly being signed by me. There has been no revert on those things. So to ask today, what are the documents she's been made to sign? She's herself unaware of the same. But what does seem to be the case, and again, there's, I think, a bit of an inkling in the letter as well, is that some of those letters may well have to do with how the family legacy is going to be taken forward, who the representative of the family is going to be, who comes onto the board, etc. Right? And that's how things seem to be unraveling currently.
Also suspect a larger conspiracy where they're trying to take over the Sona group by sidelining the family, and who do you think is to be benefited by this act?
Lots of people could be out there on this. As far as Mrs. Kapoor is concerned, she has chosen not to name anybody at this juncture. She doesn't want to speculate. This is not something that can be taken lightly or said lightly by her. She's a very senior lady who's belongs to one of the, country's strongest groups. So she's not going to make allegations without being very sure. But yes, obviously there are people. The shareholding of the family, the founders of the family, needs to be maintained, remains intact for the benefit of the family. That's a motive. And if there's any attempt by anybody to do otherwise, she would like to ensure that doesn't happen.
So, the name of daughter-in-law is coming up in reports. Can you please explain what are the charges, what are the direct charges which are levelling against the daughter-in-law in this case?
I don't think she has levelled any direct charge or named her daughter-in-law in this. From the copy of the letter that I have, it doesn't name her daughter-in-law at all. She has chosen not to name people. And, I think that needs to be respected at this stage.
And viewers, we continue to get you the live inputs from the Kargil Vijay Diwas celebrations. In the meantime, I toss back to my colleague Deepak to the studios.
That's right, Rakshita, and the government has banned several popular streaming applications, including Ulu, Alt, Desi Flix, Big Shots and others, citing concerns over the streaming of obscene and sexually explicit material. This is a digital online cleanup that is being rolled out by the central government, taking out all these OTT platforms that are streaming soft porn. And now the crackdown has indeed begun. 25 of these OTT platforms have been banned by the Indian government. In fact, we also have some reactions coming in on this particular breaking news. Let's listen in.
देखिए, सरकार का निर्णय संस्कृति को लेके, भारत को लेके ज़रूरी था। जहाँ पे ऐसे OTT जो लाइसेंस्ड हैं, अनलाइसेंस्ड हैं, वो सॉफ्ट पॉर्न बना रहे हैं या गलत फिल्में बना रहे हैं या गलत फिल्मों को प्रदर्शित कर रहे हैं, उस पर ये सरकार ने निर्णय लिया है। और ये पूरे देश की जनता का एक संदेशा था हमेशा सरकार को कि सरकार, और वो ट्वीट पे, एक्स के माध्यम से बता रहे थे। तो निर्णय स्वागत योग्य है और ये सोच समझ के आप एंटरटेनमेंट पेश करें, लेकिन एंटरटेनमेंट की एक परिभाषा, एक उसकी एक लक्ष्मण रेखा होती है और उस पर ही निर्णय है और इससे चीज़ें संतुलित होंगी। लोग एंटरटेनमेंट में अपनी मर्यादाओं को, परिवार को, भारत की संस्कृति को, भारत के विचारधाराओं को याद रख के बनाएंगे।
कि जो खासकर जिस तरह से जो ऐप जो इलीगल हैं उनके प्रति, उनके अगेंस्ट जो ये स्टेप लिया गया है, इट इज़ अप्रिशिएटेड।
तो आपके सवाल में ही तो आपका इधर कंटेंट देखने नहीं है जो भैया को प्रणाम के साथ बैठकर आप नहीं देख सकते हैं, जो शर्मनाक है, जिसकी अश्लील भाषा है, प्रेजेंटेशन में गंदगी है, ऐसी भाषा को या शब्दों का चयन जिनका सराहनीय नहीं है, इनको अगर बैन किया गया तो मैं समझता हूँ ये बहुत प्रशंसनीय है। इसकी सराहना करते हैं। अगर आपको याद हो तो सबसे पहले जो पिछली बार मैं IT और इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी कमेटी में था, तो सबसे पहले इसको बैन करने के लिए, रोकने के लिए, प्रतिबंध लगाने के लिए मैंने ही आवाज़ उठाई और मैंने काफ़ी ज़ोर शोर से आवाज़ उठाई। आज मुझे खुशी।
Coming in, viewers, actor turned politician Kamal Haasan has made his parliamentary debut as he
India-Maldives relations to new heights through people-centric development. Backed by the Government of India and financed under the Exim Bank of India's line of credit, the 4,000 social housing units project in Boycott Phase 2 stands as a symbol of this collaboration. Construction of the project began in 2021. Since then, key milestones have been achieved. Today, the project is complete and the majority of units are ready for handover. Executed by NBCC India Limited and Kalpataru Projects International Limited, this project is a testament to cross-border collaboration and shared commitment. We extend our sincere gratitude to all stakeholders and reaffirm the enduring friendship between the people of Maldives and the people of India.
These are the pictures coming in from Maldives where you can see this is the video that has been released by both the nations, which emphasizes on the kind of relations that they share, and several key agreements will also be signed. And there you can see clearly in that particular video, the message is loud and clear: trust, friendship and enduring partnership. This is a platform for resetting the strained ties between India and Maldives. This will be Prime Minister's first visit after President Muizu took oath of office. And just a few moments back, we also got you those pictures of the delegation level talks that were held, where you could see PM Modi accompanied by S. Jaishankar speaking to their Maldivian counterparts and signing partnerships on various sectors, be it the UPI, trade, and even strategic sectors. Multiple agreements, MOUs, will be signed between both the nations. And we also have more pictures coming in. These were the pictures that I was talking about and which came just a few moments back. There you could see Prime Minister Narendra Modi accompanied by S. Jaishankar, Ajit Doval, and speaking to President Muizu and his team of delegates in Mali. India and Maldives have exchanged various MOUs, and the focus will be on the FTA, back-to-back trade agreements for India, first with the United Kingdom and now with Maldives. Well, these are the live pictures, viewers, coming in. There you can see these are some of the infrastructure projects that India and Maldives will be working on together. And there you can see the bilateral partnership also being furthered on various sectors. And this is the infrastructure that we are talking about. Various projects will be signed up between both the nations. And what we understand is that just a few moments back, the talks were held between India as well as Maldives. And in fact, we also told you about the FTA that will be signed between the two nations. And it is one of the key focus as far as the Prime Minister's visit is concerned. And what we understand is that UPI will also be launched in Maldives. This is a big push to introduce Indian initiatives in Maldives. We've seen UPA being introduced in other nations as well. And what we understand is that India will also be pushing to introduce UPA in Maldives. This is a big push as far as the bilateral relationship is concerned. We also have former Foreign Minister of Maldives joining us live. A very good evening to you, sir. How do you look at this visit of the Prime Minister? Help us understand what kind of a platform this provides as far as resetting ties are concerned.
Well, it's a very momentous day here in the Maldives. Very significant that Prime Minister Modi is on our shores on this auspicious occasion of on the eve of the 60th Independence Day. Given the developments that brought Dr. Muizu to government, given the fact that he and his party propagated an India Out campaign, also given that during the time in his office, he had more than on one occasion been more than kind to India in his accusations, to see the opportunity for us to completely reset the relationship between Maldives and India is a most welcome development. I think that we should today mark as a day where we try to forget what the current dispensation in Maldives has said and done with regard to our relationship and try to move forward. It is also heartening to see that many of the projects that we started when we were in government are being inaugurated today. It is heartening that the Indian government's generosity has not lulled.
Sir, how do you see the balancing act of Maldives, especially at a time when China's influence is also growing? How will Maldives balance, the ties?
Well, Maldives will have to be realistic. We have always been a realistic country. We have to the north of us one of the largest economies in the world, the fifth largest economy in the world, a country which has a GDP close to $4 trillion US dollars, a country which has been most generous for us from time immemorial. And as we celebrate 60 years of independence, we are also celebrating 60 years of diplomatic relations with us. During those 60 years, we just have to look at how generous India has been. India has been our first responder. Whenever we have had an emergency, when we dial international 911, India is the first responder. 1998, the mercenary terrorist attack in Maldives, 2004 tsunami, the 2017 Mali water crisis, and most recently the COVID-19 pandemic. India has always been there. So we have to learn to appreciate, we have to learn to work together and respect each other. And we have to work to make sure that the Indian Ocean stays peaceful, prosperous, and stable. And that we can do only if we work with our neighbors in the Indian Ocean.
Right, sir. Kindly hold your thoughts. We also have the joint statement also coming in. Let's listen in.
May 2025. India's continued assistance to the Maldives through the export of essential commodities is a key facet of our bilateral cooperation under the long-standing trade agreement. Today we inaugurated a key project funded under the India's line of credit assistance, Adu Roads project. Prime Minister and I reviewed the progress of ongoing line of credit projects and high-impact community development projects. Our flagship Greater Malay Connectivity Project, once completed, will stand as a lasting symbol of enduring partnership between the Maldives and India. Later today, Prime Minister and I will be inaugurating Dosimena building, developed with Indian grant assistance. This assistance is a testament to this partnership. I express my sincere appreciation to India for the provision of 72 vehicles to the Maldives National Defence Force. The handover of the remaining 3,300 housing flats from the 4,000 housing units project marks a major step forward in my government's policy in addressing housing needs across the Maldives. I thank the Government of India for its role as the Maldives' principal partner in the health sector. The donation of medical cubes is a critical asset for a geographically dispersed nation like the Maldives. India remains a key source market for Maldivian tourism. We discussed ways to expand this vital sector through enhanced cooperation and connectivity, including commencement of direct flights to further enhance this connectivity. On environmental cooperation, we explored opportunities for technical support in capacity building, in waste management, biodiversity conservation, renewable energy, and water and sanitation. The Maldives will extend its full support for India as the host of COP33. We confidently recognize India's capability to lead global efforts towards a successful and impactful outcome. Our people-to-people connections have long been the foundation of the relationship between the Maldives and India. Through cultural exchanges, tourism, education, and familial bonds, we continue to strengthen mutual understanding and goodwill between our nations. Looking ahead, we are fully committed to further strengthen our cooperation with India across a broad range of sectors through exchange of high-level visits. Prime Minister Modi, I once again thank you for your commitment to enhancing the close ties between the Maldives and India. I wish both our nations continued growth, prosperity and harmony. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. May I now invite Prime Minister Narendra Modi to deliver his remarks.
Your Excellency, राष्ट्रपति जी, दोनों देशों के डेलीगेट्स, मीडिया के साथियों, नमस्कार। सबसे पहले सभी भारतवासियों की ओर से मैं राष्ट्रपति जी और मालदीव के लोगों को स्वतंत्रता के 60 वर्षों की ऐतिहासिक वर्षगांठ पर हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। इस ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर के रूप में आमंत्रित करने के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति जी का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। इस साल भारत और मालदीव अपने राजनयिक संबंधों के भी 60 साल मना रहे हैं, परंतु हमारे संबंधों की जड़ें इतिहास से भी पुरानी है और समुद्र जितनी गहरी है। आज जारी किया गया डाक टिकट, जिसमें दोनों देशों की पारंपरिक नौकाएं हैं, दर्शाता है कि हम केवल पड़ोसी नहीं हैं, सहयात्री भी हैं। फ्रेंड्स, भारत मालदीव का सबसे करीबी पड़ोसी है। मालदीव भारत की नेबरहुड फर्स्ट पॉलिसी और महासागर विजन दोनों में एक अहम स्थान रखता है। भारत को मालदीव का सबसे भरोसेमंद मित्र होने पर भी गर्व है। आपदा हो या महामारी, भारत हमेशा फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर बनकर साथ खड़ा रहा है। एसेंशियल कमोडिटीज उपलब्ध कराने की बात हो या कोविड के बाद अर्थव्यवस्था को संभालना, भारत ने हमेशा साथ मिलकर काम किया है। फॉर अस इट इज ऑलवेज फ्रेंडशिप फर्स्ट। फ्रेंड, पिछले साल अक्टूबर में राष्ट्रपति जी की भारत यात्रा के दौरान हमने व्यापक आर्थिक और समुद्री सुरक्षा साझेदारी का विजन साझा किया था। अब यह रियलिटी बन रहा है और उसी का परिणाम है कि हमारे संबंध नई ऊंचाइयों को छू रहे हैं। कई सारी परियोजनाओं का लोकार्पण संभव हुआ है। भारत के सहयोग से बनाए गए 4000 सोशल हाउसिंग यूनिट्स अब मालदीव में कई परिवारों के लिए नई शुरुआत बनेंगे, नया आशियाना होंगे। ग्रेटर माले कनेक्टिविटी प्रोजेक्ट, अडू रोड डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट और रीडेवलप किए जा रहे हनी माधु अंतर्राष्ट्रीय हवाई अड्डे से ये पूरा क्षेत्र एक महत्वपूर्ण ट्रांजिट और आर्थिक केंद्र बनकर उभरेगा। जल्द ही फेरी सिस्टम की शुरुआत से अलग अलग आइलैंड्स के बीच आवागमन और आसान होगा। उसके बाद आइलैंड्स के बीच दूरी जीपीएस से नहीं, सिर्फ फेरी टाइम से मापी जाएगी। हमारी डेवलपमेंट पार्टनरशिप को नई उड़ान देने के लिए हमने मालदीव के लिए $565 मिलियन यानी लगभग 5000 करोड़ रुपए की लाइन ऑफ क्रेडिट देने का निर्णय लिया है। यह मालदीव के लोगों की प्राथमिकताओं के अनुरूप यहां के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से के विकास से जुड़ी परियोजनाओं के लिए इस्तेमाल ली जाएगी। फ्रेंड्स, हमारी आर्थिक साझेदारी को गति देने के लिए हमने कई कदम उठाए हैं। आपसी निवेश को गति देने के लिए हम शीघ्र ही बायलैटरल इन्वेस्टमेंट ट्रीटी फाइनलाइज करने की दिशा में काम करेंगे। फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट पर भी बातचीत शुरू हो गई है। अब हमारा लक्ष्य है फ्रॉम पेपर वर्क टू प्रॉस्पेरिटी। लोकल करेंसी सेटलमेंट सिस्टम से रुपये और रुपया में सीधे व्यापार कर सकेंगे। जिस रफ्तार से यूपीआई को मालदीव में बढ़ावा मिल रहा है, इससे टूरिज्म और रिटेल दोनों को ताकत मिलेगी। फ्रेंड्स, रक्षा और सुरक्षा क्षेत्र में आपसी सहयोग आपसी विश्वास का परिचायक है। रक्षा मंत्रालय की बिल्डिंग, जिसका आज उद्घाटन किया जा रहा है, यह ट्रस्ट की कंक्रीट इमारत है, हमारी मजबूत साझेदारी का प्रतीक है। हमारी साझेदारी अब वेदर साइंस में भी होगी। मौसम चाहे जैसा हो, आवर फ्रेंडशिप विल ऑलवेज रिमेन ब्राइट एंड क्लियर। मालदीव की रक्षा क्षमताओं के विकास में भारत निरंतर सहयोग देता रहेगा। हिंद महासागर क्षेत्र में शांति, स्थिरता और समृद्धि हमारा साझा लक्ष्य है। कोलंबो सिक्योरिटी कॉन्क्लेव में साथ मिलकर हम रीजनल मैरीटाइम सिक्योरिटी को मजबूत बनाएंगे। क्लाइमेट चेंज हम दोनों के लिए बड़ी चुनौती है। हमने तय किया है कि रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी को बढ़ावा देंगे। इस क्षेत्र में भारत अपना अनुभव मालदीव के साथ साझा करेगा। एक्सेलेंसी, एक बार फिर इस ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर मैं आपको और मालदीव के नागरिकों को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं और गर्मजोशी भरे स्वागत के लिए आप सभी का धन्यवाद करता हूं। मैं आपको पुनः आश्वस्त करता हूं कि मालदीव के विकास और समृद्धि के लिए भारत हर कदम पर साथ रहेगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Excellency. Thank you, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen of the press. This concludes the press engagements for today.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Welcome to 6 Stories at 6. I'm reporting from Dras in Kargil, viewers. This is Rakshita Mishra reporting from the Kargil War Memorial. It's countdown to the Shaurya Sandhya, and it's a tribute. It's a 2-day tribute to our Kargil War heroes, viewers. And this is a special edition from Dras. And viewers, this was a battle, Operation Vijay, of guts, guns and glory. And 26 years later, their legacy lives on. Their stories also echo all across the country and continues to inspire millions. Viewers, we have our, viewers, we will get you more stories lined up for you in this edition of 6 Stories at 6. From Operation Vijay to Operation Sindur, viewers, we remember all the sacrifices made by our armed forces. Now, viewers, in today's time, that we are still continuing to fight that same country, the same enemy state we fought 26 years back. Operation Sindur is still underway. But the reports doing the rounds about India playing with Pakistan in Asian cricket, in the Asia Cup, of course, is raising eyebrows. In fact, Republic TV is now launching a campaign saying no to Pakistan, viewers. Say no to Pakistan is the campaign, and we want all of you to join in as we believe that the sacrifices of our Jawans, the contribution of our armed forces, their fight, their valor should not be forgotten. The innocents who were bled to death by the terror state should not be forgotten, and there should be no engagement by India with the Pakistanis. I have with me Colonel V.N. Thapar. He is the father of Kargil war hero, Captain Vijay Thapar. Colonel Thapar, thank you so much for joining us. And today we are remembering the Kargil war heroes, and Captain Thapar's story, of course, continues to live on, and it continues to give us goosebumps when we hear his stories. Sir, from Operation Vijay to Operation Sindur, the enemy has remained the same. And we cannot forget those sacrifices that were made, that are being made. We remember with such ceremonies, with such commemoration, we remember our soldiers, but we cannot forget that what the Pakistan nation, what the terror state has done. Today we ask, why should we at all engage with Pakistan when it has stabbed India in the back time and again? It has led to the bleeding of innocents on Indian soil time and again. Colonel Thapar, what do you think of our campaign, Say No to Pakistan?
No, of course, there is no need for a campaign. People of India, they must be alive to this situation where young men have died, they have given their lives, and here we talk all the time about no talks with terror, no talks with other such things. Yet we have these people. They are the high-ups in the society. They are the people who are encouraging cricket. Are they of a different caste? Are they of a different subunit of this country? Why should they even think of this thing? And secondly, it's not only the cricketers. There's another lobby of actors and actresses. The other day I saw actors talking to Afridi so friendly, like he was their brother. And he is the guy who's been insulting India all the time. So I don't see why we have to go down backwards to such a level that don't they remember today is Kargil Vijay Diwas. Tomorrow is going to be Kargil Vijay Diwas. And rather than remembering Saurabh Kalia, they are wanting to go and play cricket over there. It's unforgivable a thought for anyone who's self-respecting Indian. Unforgivable. They are not a special breed like the filmmakers and the cricketers, that they should go to Pakistan. Are they the only people who have to go to Pakistan for fun and games, and rest of them, people in olive uniform and in the navy blue, they are the people who are meant to die? I don't understand this. Yes, please.
We appreciate, sir. We really salute how you put your thoughts very, very forthrightly, and you were completely, we really appreciate how you mince no words in calling out those who do not raise their voice, despite their stature, despite their so-called social media reach, sir. So stay on with us. We have my colleague Himanshu joining us from the digital newsroom. Himanshu, tell us more about Republic's campaign, Say No to Pakistan, because enough is enough. As Colonel Thapar rightly pointed out, that it is unforgivable what has been happening. The enemy state continues to sponsor terror and bleed the Indian lives, and we cannot engage in any way with Pakistan now, especially after what has happened in Pahalgam.
Rakshita, the late C.B. Fry once wrote, "What do they know of cricket, whom only cricket knows?" Now, cricket is a religion in this country, also in Pakistan. But is that religion above national interest is a question that the entire nation wants to know today. This is indeed a time, this is a time of grief, this is a time of our blood is boiling after Pahalgam. And BCCI coming up with, look, we understand this is Asia Cup, this is an international commitment that BCCI probably will have to look, but we have seen people boycotting Olympics as well. So why not Asia Cup, especially at this time when our Jawans are actually engaging. Operation Sindur is yet not over, not technically over, and we are thinking of playing cricket, probably playing the national anthem on same ground. Imagine Indian cricketers standing on the ground where Pakistan's national anthem will be played. What impact will that have on the morale of India and Indian forces? All these questions will have to be thought out. Only after that a decision can be made, Rakshita. The mood here in India definitely is like we cannot afford to play cricket with Pakistan.
Thank you so much, Himanshu. In fact, the mood of the nation is something that we're trying to reflect on. But what is the mood of those sitting in power? The mood of the BCCI bosses, the most powerful cricket body in the world. Republic TV confronted Rajiv Shukla, the interim chief of the BCCI. Listen into this confrontation.
जो कहा जा रहा है कि इसको लेकर क्या कहें, क्या मैच भारत पाकिस्तान इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए, ऐसा इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए मैच, जो कहा जा रहा है कि इसको लेकर क्या कहें, क्या मैच भारत पाकिस्तान इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए, ऐसा इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए मैच, जो कहा जा रहा है कि इसको लेकर क्या कहें, क्या मैच भारत पाकिस्तान इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए, ऐसा इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए मैच, जो कहा जा रहा है कि इसको लेकर क्या कहें, क्या मैच भारत पाकिस्तान इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए, ऐसा इस स्थिति में.
You know, viewers, when we speak to the family of the martyrs, like some of them are just here, they have just come to attend the Shaurya Sandhya here. When we speak to them, when we see this, sometimes the tears in their eyes, but still their hearts, swelling with pride. It is so heartening to see that how they are proud of the sacrifices they've made. But these stories, it seems, do not reach some of the people in the country. They refuse to raise their voices. Colonel Thapar, I will again bring you in here. You feel that there should be some more pressure that should be put so that we unite more and more, and this unity should be on display. Yes, the sentiment in our drawing rooms there might be people sitting right now watching this show, watching this conversation with you and agreeing with us. But sir, via this campaign, Republic TV wants that everybody's thoughts should be put forward publicly on public platforms, so as this pressure is mounted. Republic TV has always been, not just post-Pahalgam, but we have always said that India should not engage with Pakistan. Sir, in your thoughts, what steps could be taken, in fact, to mount this pressure and continue to give into, in fact, do justice with our Jawans, do justice with the families of the terror victims?
Look, I don't see any need whatsoever of putting any pressure on anybody. Anyone whose Indian blood is flowing in him
He should feel ashamed of trying to put a friendly hand and get a slap in his face. So I don't see why pressure is required. Don't you realize that we have got Pakistan whose attitude has not changed at all? You heard their chief speaking. I mean, now he's that field marshal speaking. He was pouring venom. And here we are again trying to please them by going and playing cricket. We have an enemy in the north, China. They are all the time appeasing hands in glove with Pakistan. They are supplying them with all the wherewithal. And now we got another enemy that is getting more and more radicalized, Bangladesh. And what is worst is that we have a lobby within the country who are against this kind of a thing. So I believe that there's no pressure required. It must come from the people automatically. They must revolt against this idea that our team wants to go and play there, and their actors want to come, actresses want to come and make money from India and take it back to Pakistan so that they can buy more weapons and, move against us. I don't see any sense of self-respect in this kind of. Is the army the only organization meant to uphold the values of this country, our values? Is the army only responsible for that? And rest, everyone wants to be bye-bye? Then let us close the chapter altogether. Why should people be dying? Why should they be fighting day in and out in Kashmir and in other places? So that is the way I look at it. Here is a man you just spoke about and you're showing his photo, who's not satisfied with hundreds and thousands of crores. BCCI wants more. That's about all. The love for money and how much do you want? That's the question I ask. Have self-respect. It is
Colonel
more important to have
you very rightly pointed out, sir.
Than all the money in the world.
Absolutely, very rightly pointed out, sir. You raised many pertinent points, and via this campaign, of course, we want to send out this message that the Indian Armed Forces are not alone, and that Republic TV will, of course, continue to gather more nationalistic forces and unite the country together in this campaign called Say No to Pakistan, absolute complete boycott of any engagement with Pakistan. Thank you so much, Colonel V.N. Thapar, and thanks so much, Himanshu, for joining us. We have, in fact, a caller joining us with his thoughts, because viewers, you can see that sentiments are really, really running high. Just like Colonel Thapar was saying, that the blood of any Indian who loves the nation is boiling with what is happening. We have retired pilot from Air Force, Wing Commander Bhupender Lakhanpal joining us right now. So please go ahead with your thoughts. All right, we seem to have, that line has been dropped, I believe. All right, viewers, so we continue to get more and more reactions and voices from all corners of the country, the common man, members of the Indian forces, retired officers, and everyone who, in fact, has the sentiments attached to this nation, who feel for the country, who are part of this country, must join Republic's Say No to Pakistan campaign. And on 6 stories at 6, we shift our focus to some more stories today that have grabbed the headlines. Now, Indian government has cracked down on at least 25 OTT platforms who were supporting or promoting rather obscene and vulgar content, and there has been a crackdown. They have been banned. Those OTT platforms have been banned. The directive was issued on the 23rd of July in consultation with multiple government departments and civil society stakeholders, and the platforms which have been banned include Ullu, Alt and Big Shorts app, Neon X, VIP and Desi Flex, among the others. We have multiple reactions coming in. We have, in fact, a guest also joining us right now, former CIC Uday Mahurkar joining us, former chief of CIC joining us. Mr. Madhurkar, thanks so much for joining us. This is a crackdown on these websites or OTT platforms which have allegedly promoted vulgar content. And sir, in these times when everything is going digital and the youngsters, even underage people, have access to these OTTs, it becomes very important to, of course, monitor the content. While there are many people who also allege that this could be prying on the freedom of expression and the freedom of the media. So how do you see this development?
You see, we have been running a campaign for the last over 2 years under the name of my NGO, Save Culture, Save Bharat Foundation. Now, we have done a lot of research on this, and we have proved that about 80% of the rape cases taking place now are provoked by perverted content, sexually perverted content. Even divorces, breaking families, again, content is responsible. So I think this is modern India's biggest challenge. And I appreciate that the government has realized this, because we have been fighting for it for the last now over 2 years now. I have also filed a petition in the Supreme Court of India. We have collected a lot of evidence as to what they are like. There is one film by Ekta Kapoor's Alt, where there is a male in the house. He is having sexual relations with his grandmother, with his stepmother, with his bhabhi, with his cousin sister, and with scenes. Now this is complete misuse of freedom, creative freedom. And I think if India is to become a great nation, we have to become a great nation while keeping our culture intact. My question is that India has taken a vow to become a great nation by 2047. Nobody has any doubt that we'll be economic superpower, military superpower, scientific superpower by 2037, which is 10 years before. But will India be a culturally pauper nation? That is the question we have to address. So this is just a beginning, but I am very happy that names which were considered to be untouchable, like Alt, they are facing a ban now. So I think it's a very big message from the government, But that this is just the beginning. You see, when I filed the petition before the Supreme Court of India, it was heard by CGI Honorable Gawai Saab. So there, the government, I am very thankful to the government of India. They said that the Solicitor General of India, Mr. Tushar Mehta, he said that situation is very serious, sir. Government is taking steps, but more steps have to be taken. But then this is a very big challenge for the nation. That is what he himself admitted, and he appealed to he told the CGI that you must monitor this case personally. So the kind of evidence we have presented before the court, it is so compelling that court is convinced that this is a very serious situation in the country. Yeah.
Right, sir. Mr. Uday Madhurkar, thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV and, of course, telling us details about this crackdown and the campaign and, of course, your thoughts, viewers. We have, in fact, many political reactions on this story also lined up for you. Take a listen in.
देखिए, सरकार का निर्णय संस्कृति को लेके, भारत को लेके ज़रूरी था। जहाँ पे ऐसे OTT जो लाइसेंस्ड हैं, अनलाइसेंस्ड हैं, वो सॉफ्ट पॉर्न बना रहे हैं या गलत फिल्में बना रहे हैं या गलत फिल्मों को प्रदर्शित कर रहे हैं, उस पर ये सरकार ने निर्णय लिया है। और ये पूरे देश की जनता का एक संदेशा था हमेशा सरकार को कि सरकार, और वो ट्वीट पे एक्स के माध्यम से बता रहे थे, तो निर्णय स्वागत योग्य है। और ये सोच समझ के आप एंटरटेनमेंट पेश करें, लेकिन एंटरटेनमेंट की एक परिभाषा, एक उसकी एक लक्ष्मण रेखा होती है, और उस पर ही निर्णय है। और इससे चीज़ें संतुलित होंगी। लोग एंटरटेनमेंट में अपनी मर्यादाओं को, परिवार को, भारत की संस्कृति को, भारत के विचारधाराओं को याद रख के बनाएंगे।
तो आपके सवाल में तो आपका
इधर
कंटेंट देखने लायक नहीं है, जो आप भैया को प्रणाम के साथ बैठकर आप नहीं देख सकते हैं, जो शर्मनाक है, जिसकी असली भाषा है, प्रेजेंटेशन में गंदगी है, ऐसी भाषा को या शब्दों का चयन जिनका सराहनीय नहीं है, इनको अगर बैन किया गया तो मैं समझता हूँ ये बहुत प्रशंसनीय है, इसकी सराहना करते हैं। अगर आपको याद हो तो सबसे पहले जो पिछली बार मैं आईटी और इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी कमेटी में था, तो सबसे पहले इसको बैन करने के लिए, रोकने के लिए, प्रतिबंध लगाने के मैंने ही आवाज़ उठाई थी और मैंने काफ़ी ज़ोर शोर से आवाज़ उठाई थी। आज मुझे खुशी है ये जो है हम उसको नतीजे पर पहुंचते हुए देख रहे हैं। अच्छा है, ये बहुत बढ़िया हुआ है। ये क्या मतलब है, आप अपने माँ बहन के साथ बैठे हुए हैं, आप वहाँ परिवार के साथ बैठे हुए हैं और ऐसी वल्गर कंटेंट से, वल्गर अश्लील भाषा का प्रयोग उसमें करते रहे, ये फ्रीडम ऑफ एक्सप्रेशन के नाम पे सरासर बहुत अच्छा हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
This is your space, play it your way.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
MDH केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो।
मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
भारत को मालदीव का सबसे भरोसेमंद मित्र होने पर भी गर्व है। आपदा हो या महामारी, भारत हमेशा फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर बनकर साथ खड़ा रहा।
India-Maldives signed key MOUs. Prime Minister Modi, Maldives President Muizu hold a joint press meeting, claim their relations are touching new heights.
पार्लियामेंट शुरू होते ही हमने सरकार की ओर से साफ शब्दों में कहा कि हम चर्चा के लिए तैयार हैं। बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी में हमने बात रखी कि हम ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार हैं।
Union Minister Kiran Rijiju sets the record straight, says government is ready to have debate on Operation Sindur. Opposition must let the parliament function. Impeachment motion against Justice Verma admitted in the Lok Sabha. MOD inks 2,000 crore rupee contract with BEL for air defense fire control radars for Indian Army.
ठीक है, तो जो कहा जा रहा है कि इसको लेकर क्या कहें, क्या मैच भारत पाकिस्तान के इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए? ऐसा इस स्थिति में होना चाहिए मैच।
Republic launches mega campaign to boycott India-Pak Asia Cup clash. Nation says terror and cricket cannot go hand in hand. Centre cracks down OTT soft burn in major cleanup. Government bans 25 OTT websites. Sanjay Kapoor's mother questions circumstances of son's death, alleges coercion, seeks meeting deferment. And two-day Kargil Vijay Diwas celebration set to begin today. Heroes of Operation Vijay to be honoured. Good evening, welcome to Republic. I'm Rhythm. We begin with some news that's coming in. Amid Thailand and Cambodia clashes, Thailand declares martial law in border areas. And that's the big news that's coming in as I'm breaking on. Thailand has also deployed F-16 fighter jets along the border with Cambodia on Thursday. Martial law has been now declared in border areas. Thailand declares martial law in border areas with Cambodia. And this development comes after the Royal Thai Army reported Cambodia targeted military bases near the northeastern part of the disputed border. Martial law in border areas has now been declared as per certain news agencies in Thailand. The Thai army has stated that by late morning, clashes were reported at 6 locations along the border. Out of the 6 F-16 jets fired into Cambodia, they have destroyed military targets. Meanwhile, Thailand also reported Cambodian soldiers opened fire at Thai military base in Surin and launched several rocket attacks towards Siaskit. Thai army has... Let me go across to Kruthar joining us live. Kruthar, Thailand declares martial law. Give us the details and what sort of clashes have been happening between Cambodia and Thailand in the border areas.
This morning, Rhythm, there was artillery firing reported in the northern provinces, and now the reports are coming in that Thailand has declared martial law in parts of its northeastern border with Cambodia. Now, the move is announced by the Thai military, and it is aimed at curbing the unrest and securing civilian areas, which is why, in particular, in these areas now martial law is imposed. Earlier, thousands of people were evacuated from these border zones in the northeastern province. The tensions have been escalating in the past 24 hours. This afternoon, the Ministry of External Affairs also had put out a travel advisory, perhaps in view that Thailand was going to announce martial law, and now it has been announced in the northeastern province. That's a big breaking news development that we are tracking.
All right, thank you for giving us those details. We'll continue tracking that story. The other big story, India and Maldives signed key MOUs. Prime Minister Modi also held delegation-level talks with Maldivian President Modi-Muizu in Malé. Both leaders were accompanied by top officials, delegates and ministers for talks. Prime Minister Modi was accorded the Guard of Honor in Malé. And I also want to go across to get more details from with guests who are now joining us live. Ahmed Adib, former VP of Maldives, now joining us. There is going to be a boost to trade. We've also launched the FTA talks now. Ahmed Adib, how are you looking at these very progressive talks that are being held between the President in Maldives and Prime Minister Modi?
Yeah, thank you for having me. I would say this is a historical milestone achieved. I would say it's an honor for Maldives to have Prime Minister Modi as having a state visit, which is coinciding with our Independence Day, and Prime Minister Modi will be the guest of honor. I would say this is a reset in Maldives-India relations, and I would say with today's MOUs and agreements, I think it's going to be a new historical milestone and new.
Right, and definitely, as you're saying, Prime Minister Modi also held talks with Muizu. We've extended 4,850 crore credit line. We've also handed over 72 heavy defense vehicles to Maldives. Now, this is again a meeting that is focusing on consolidating cooperation in areas of trade, in defense, and infrastructure. This is marking a major turnaround in ties after we've seen a spell of unease.
Yes, if you're referring to the last year, there was, in the beginning of this government, there were diplomatic crisis which was looming because of the India Out campaign that was conducted in the elections time. But it was done by the former President Yamin, who has fallen out with the current president and the party. So I commented even then it was inherited by the current government. But with the experience of President Muizu with dealing with the other countries, this government has also realized that it is India who goes out of the way to help us. It is our strategic partner, and India first foreign policy should be our policy to go forward. And with the global South and with the agreements that today that has been come into place, we see that President Muizu has realized it. They have changed the foreign policy, and I think they have changed the course straight in the right direction. So I think it's a great achievement even for Maldives.
Yes, I completely agree with you, Mr. You were the former vice president in Maldives, and you've completely hit the nail on the head when you say this, because I completely agree with you. Because of the turn and diplomatic talks and how they've been there now, Mr. Ahmed, there have been the launch of the India-Maldives Free Trade Agreement. There's been joint issuance of commemorative stamp. There's been handing over of 3,330 social housing units. There's been inauguration of roads and drainage system projects, and also inauguration of 6 high-impact community development projects in Maldives. So definitely this is a very advantageous proposition that's now Maldives is also looking at with Prime Minister Modi's visit there.
Yes, indeed. As we see a complete turnaround and also in the right direction. And I would say India has been very mature, very patient in dealing with Maldives with the given situations last year. But I think it has become very fruitful now. We see the strategic the relations that have built on within the last 1.5 years. So I would say it's a milestone with Prime Minister Modi visiting us and honoring us in his presence. He's not only a regional leader but a global leader. And also with his visionary leadership, India is going forward for the $5 trillion economy, where Maldives has to join hands and rise together with India. We have seen a very successful free trade agreement that has been signed with UK. I congratulate India and Prime Minister Modi and his team. So likewise, Maldives has also started free trade talks. So economy, defense ties, and together I think it's going in the right direction now.
All right, the Ahmed Adi, former Vice President of Maldives, thank you for being with us. I wish you well. And like you've said, Prime Minister Modi has done wonders, whether it's in UK or whether it's been in the relations with Maldives. Thank you for being with us. Viewers, now the top focus as Prime Minister Modi embarks on a visit to the Maldives. He also crosses a major milestone. He becomes the second longest serving PM of India. Now only Jawaharlal Nehru, India's first Prime Minister, remain ahead in terms of tenure.
As Prime Minister Narendra Modi embarked on a visit to the Maldives, he crossed a major milestone, becoming the second longest serving Prime Minister of India. Now only Jawaharlal Nehru, India's first Prime Minister, remains ahead in terms of tenure. Today, Prime Minister Modi completes 4,078 consecutive days in office, surpassing Indira Gandhi's 4,077-day tenure. Modi also holds the distinction of being the longest-serving Prime Minister from a non-Congress party. He first took office on 26th of May 2014 and was re-elected in 2019 for a second term. Last year, he was sworn in for a third consecutive term. Before becoming Prime Minister, Modi served as Gujarat's Chief Minister for 13 years. His leadership has reshaped India's political landscape, with the BJP emerging as a dominant force under his guidance.
Viewers, our other top focus, Chief of the Defence Staff, General Anil Chauhan, has declared that Operation Sindur is still ongoing and that the armed forces must maintain a high level of preparedness.
As was said earlier, that there are no runners-up in war, and this will be giving examples of Operation Sindur, which still continues. Our preparedness level has to be very high. It's 24/7, 365 days. We are living in that kind of an environment, and it's only scholar warriors that can ensure this readiness by thinking differently, connecting the dots across this time.
As India commemorates the 26th Kargil Vijay Diwas, Republic brings you an exclusive ground report from Dras, the very land where heroes wrote history with their courage and sacrifice. From a major infrastructure push in the region to untold stories